Hello. All right. Good morning, everyone. And for some of us, it's definitely a earlier morning than others, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm getting a... All right, there we go. Getting a little bit of playback. So thank you everyone for being here today and welcome to the Game Accessibility Conference EU edition. My name is Tara Velker and I'm going to be your host today. I am one of the co-conspirators of this conference along with our very first speaker, Ian Hamilton, but we will get to that in just a little bit. So obviously it's been an incredible time as we bring you the second all digital game accessibility conference. And, although we're obviously sad about the circumstances that have brought us to having another all digital conference, we're actually incredibly excited that we are again able to provide this conference to you free of charge, thanks to all of our incredible sponsors for this event, which include Microsoft, Ubisoft, EA Able, Riot Games, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Shara, and of course, Reed Speaker. Without the sponsorships that these companies provided to us, we wouldn't be able to put this on for you guys today. So thank you to those companies for their dedication to accessibility and wanting to make sure that everyone is able to play. It's like we say at Xbox, when everybody plays, we all win. Now, a couple of things to note that we're going to have as we get set up for the event. Number one, you may have noticed that we have turned off chat in Zoom. And so the only people who will see your comments are the panelists, and we basically have it there for emergencies or in case of technical difficulties. For you guys chatting amongst yourself and all of the awesomeness that you're seeing in the conference, please go to the Discord, which you should have gotten a link to when you registered. If you have not registered, you can still do so you can still get that link so you can join in on the fun. Yes, we do have, where'd she go? So yes, we will be having visits, I'm sure, from my dog Louise and my cat Leon throughout the conference. And I highly recommend that you guys share your pets in the pets channel of the Discord. I mean, if we're all gonna be work from home, we might as well get to enjoy the benefits and see as many pet pictures as humanly possible. Okay, so I covered no chat in Zoom. Number two, we are also simultaneously broadcasting to YouTube. Zoom is our primary home, but if there's something that you want to see again, get a screen capture for a tweet or something like that, you can do a live rewind on YouTube, and that's available. And of course, if you still need that Discord registration, you can register at GaConf.com and you'll get the link in your inbox. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, a very important thing before we kick off today. So, fun fact, we are coinciding with, I believe, a geology conference at the same time, who has also decided to use the hashtag of GaConf. Now, they are using GaConf21. So we, to keep our content online separate, should just be using hashtag GaConf or hashtag GaConf EU. Just the little things in life that always make things fun. So again, I want to say thank you guys so much for coming. And, we're going to be kicking this conference off the same way that we always do. And, we're going to be having Ian come up here and talk about literally some of the progress the game industry has made in the past 6 months in regards to game accessibility, from features and titles that have launched considering accessibility to literally new jobs that have been created and filled in the game accessibility space. It's always incredibly exciting and honestly a bit of a recharge to see everything that has happened. Now, although Ian is not wearing his trademark jumper in in this video, which we've properly shamed him for. He is actually wearing it today, and I'm sure we can get him to post a selfie in Discord. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and kick off our first video of the day. All right, so here we go. Here is our news update with Ian Hamilton.
Hello, my name is Ian. I am an accessibility specialist, and I am also Tara's co-conspirator for putting on the event today and tomorrow. And we're going to kick things off, as we always do, with a news update. So look at some of the interesting things that have been happening in the field of gaming accessibility since our last event back in October. But before I do that, I'm going to give a little shout out to some charities and non-profits. So there's a few on the screen now. Able Gamers, Special Effect, Warfighter Engaged, Everyone Can, Lifelights, NMA Gaming, Cap Game, Handy Gamers, Stack Up, Child's Play, Get Well Gamers, The Rockin' R. Charities and non-profits across the entire sector, not just in gaming, have been hit really hard by the pandemic, especially the smaller ones, because a lot of the traditional fundraising activities are things that would normally be in person, which can't happen at the moment. And a lot of these are local to you as well. So for example, Everyone Can is in Manchester, Special Effect in Banbury, Handy Gamers and Cap Game in Paris. So I'd really urge you to, if it's within your means, to donate and give your support to the missions of these organisations, because they all do tremendous work in the field of gaming accessibility and the industry, and none of us would be where we are today if it wasn't for the work that they do. So please support their missions if you can. So on with the news. Where are things now? Well, where we're starting from was the last event we put on, which was back in October. At that point, The Last of Us 2 had recently launched and made a huge splash. With good reasons. It's already proving to be a hugely influential game. And The Last of Us 2 is a product of a journey that is really common for studios across the board. So how it started was with their previous game, that Naughty Dog put out, which was Uncharted 4. Uncharted 4 was released in 2016. That was a hugely influential game at its time. It had a feature set largely aimed at motor accessibility, covering things that are becoming commonplace now, like QuickTime event toggles and things like that. And how it came about was a very common scenario for studios that are just kind of dipping their toe in the water of accessibility for the first time, which was a few people in the company who are really passionate about accessibility, who managed to get a few features in at the last minute. So it was actually just within the last few months, just before launch. And it launched to huge acclaim and all the rest of it, but the reaction from the developers, as it always is with companies at that stage, was, oh my god, if we had just thought about this earlier, we could have done so much more, we could have done it so much better. So that's what they did. At that stage, The Last of Us 2 was in the early stages of development, so they were able to think about accessibility early. They worked directly with the community, with consultants, with guidelines, best practices, and what they ended up with was a game which it's not the end point of where accessibility needs to get to, but it pushed the bar a long way, including being the first AAA game that was designed from the ground up to be fully playable by people who are completely blind. So that was a big splash. What does a post Last of Us 2 world look like? It turns out it looks pretty good, and part of that actually is I think illustrated by this event itself. This is the first time that we've actually been able to put together a properly localized set of content. So we actually made an exception for Xbox because they have some really cool stuff to be able to talk about tomorrow. But apart from that, all of the talks that you're going to see over today and tomorrow are all from speakers around Europe. That's the first time we've been able to do this. So it wasn't too long ago that even just being able to get one single like basic awareness raising talk about accessibility onto the lineup of any game development event was a really big deal. So to progress from that to where we are today, of being able to actually populate a full 2 days of content just on the cool stuff that's happening around Europe, is a really lovely milestone for us as the event, obviously, but also I think a nice indication of the progress that's being made across the industry in general. So I'm going to talk to you about a few different topic areas. This is non-exhaustive. It's just a few highlights of some interesting things that have happened in advancements in hardware, in terms of information available to both gamers and developers, progress made in games themselves, and also finishing up on a nice little bit of stuff about awards. So starting with hardware. The big hardware news of the past 6 months was obviously the arrival of these two, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and S. So what did this mean for accessibility? Well, both platforms actually push the bar forwards for accessibility, but in very, very different ways, actually in kind of the opposite ways. So what PlayStation did was launch with a swathe of new accessibility functionality. So this was in part at the hardware level. So the controller itself has really detailed new haptics that have already been put to good use for accessibility in Spider-Man Miles Morales in particular. That game has a load of nice detailed haptics, optional haptics, to reinforce what's happening visually for people who might not be able to see or understand that visual information as clearly. There was also a bunch of new stuff happening at operating system level, features present on the PlayStation 5 that weren't present on the PlayStation 4, in particular the screen reader. So this is system level text-to-speech for people who have difficulty or cannot see the text of the interface. And this is something that blind gamers have been crying out for years, so it's really wonderful to see this happen. And it's a really nice implementation as well, really, really solid functionality, and localized into tons of languages as well. And I know this was no small feat at all to get this done, so big congratulations to all the people that I know were involved in pushing hard to be able to make this happen. So then we come to the Xbox. The Xbox innovated by keeping things the same. So that might sound like a bit of a strange concept, but bear with me. So this covers two things. Firstly, they actually managed to fully replicate and maintain the existing accessibility feature set from the previous generation, which may kind of seem like a given, but it's actually pretty rare. Not just in gaming, but in other industries as well, for like a new generation of hardware to come out and it to actually manage to keep all the accessibility functionality the previous one did in the rush to the new shiny, you know. So they managed to do that. But the really important thing is about the controller. So the controller is backwards compatible. Controllers for the Xbox One also work on the Xbox Series S and X. And the reason why this is so important for accessibility is because assistive technology, like custom devices that people often need to buy to be able to access technology, is really expensive. So this backwards compatibility means that if you spend hundreds or even thousands of pounds, euros, dollars on custom gaming equipment to be able to access that platform, you can actually just bring that straight across the new platform without having to start again and spend all that money all over again. This is really, really wonderful to see. Where I'd really love to get to is this. This is a pie in the sky dream, I know, but back in the days of the 1990s, where there wasn't just compatibility between generations, but between platforms as well. There was just like an open standard 9-pin controller. You could pick up a controller from a Sega Master System, plug it into an Atari ST, and it worked. I don't think we'll realistically be able to get to that point again because of the commercial sensibilities involved, but just that compatibility across the generations is a bit of a step towards that kind of openness that is so useful for people with disabilities. So it's really, really lovely to see that. Aside from the 2 big launches, the other platforms have been doing nice things as well. Starting with Stadia. So Stadia gains a feature called Tandem. Tandem is basically the equivalent to the Xbox's Copilot functionality. Copilot and Tandem both allow you to connect 2 controllers and have both of those controllers be recognized as the same controller. It has a wide range of accessibility benefits. The reason that functionality was actually designed was as a way to split areas of the controller between different parts of the same body. So you could, for example, have one controller in your left hand controlling the left hand side of it, have another controller on the floor controlling the right hand side of that controller with your foot. It has other benefits as well. It makes devices like the Xbox Adaptive Controller much more effective and much more affordable as well, because by pairing it with a regular controller, that means instead of having to buy all these custom inputs for every single button, you only actually have to replace the ones that you need to. Another accessibility benefit is actually sharing the controllers between 2 different people. So an example being Sightless Combat, who I know is watching today. He's a well-known blind gamer. He uses Copilot to play with another person, so he can use his controller for controlling the bits that he is able to play independently, with somebody else helping with the areas that he can't. And benefits outside of a disability as well. For example, if you've got a little toddler about to throw a tantrum because he's not being able to get past the boss in Lego, that means you can sneak in there, pick up a second controller and help him out a bit without him having to like give up and hand over his controller. It's really, really nice functionality. Just one of those ideas that is like, why didn't someone think of this before? So it's nice and simple functionality to implement as well. So it's amazing that Stadia have implemented this. I'd love to see this come to the other platforms as well. Speaking of other platforms and speaking of the adaptive controller, we also have the launch of this. This is a device called the Flex by Hori. So it's the Hori Flex. And this is a rough equivalent of the Xbox Adaptive Controller, but for the Nintendo Switch. What both the controllers have in common is that they are Switch interfaces. So the terminology here is a bit confusing. I don't mean an interface for the Nintendo Switch. I mean an interface for accessibility switches, which is those 2 buttons that you can see at the front there. So an accessibility switch is a device used by people who can't operate with traditional input devices like a mouse or a keyboard or a gamepad. And it's basically anything at all that sends a simple on-off signal down a wire, like an open-close signal. That connects up to a 3.5-inch mini jack. So that can be something like the buttons on the table in the picture. It could be a button mounted to a wheelchair headrest. It could be a tube to blow into, an infrared blink detector. It's really nice, simple, powerful accessibility standards that both these devices were designed to support. So they have a whole bunch of ports along the front that allow you to connect accessibility switches to, and basically let you build your own custom gaming setup tailored to your own needs. There's also USBs on either side for connecting joysticks to. You can see one of those hooked up here. And it has a few things that actually surpass the Xbox Adaptive Controller as well. So it has integrated eye gaze support. And it also has the ability to layer up multiple inputs onto a single button. It also has some things that aren't up to par for what the Xbox Adaptive Controller. So the support for joysticks is very limited. Like the adaptive controller lets you connect any HID controller at all. This only has a small number of supported controllers that you can sticks that you can connect to it. It also doesn't have that Copilot functionality that I mentioned before, the ability to pair it with a regular controller. But it does have one thing in common with the adaptive controller, which is so important, which is that it just looks like a part of the regular ecosystem. So this here is comparing the Hori Flex to the Hori Mini fighting stick. You can see it just looks like part of the same family. It looks like regular, legitimate gaming technology, whereas the sister technology often just looks like a piece of medical technology. So actually having this equitable design actually sends a really powerful statement in itself about inclusion and about value. So I mentioned some of the differences between the two devices. If you want to know more about that, here is a link, tinyurl.com/hori-flex. This is a really nice breakdown written by Barry Ellis of OneSwitch, who's actually speaking at this event. As that's breaking down all the various pros and cons of the different devices. Some really lovely stuff in there. So next up, information. Like I said, information for gamers and information for developers, starting with an event. So this is Spawn Point. This is a conference run by Whoop, which is a streaming organization in Austria, run out of Vienna. This is a accessibility conference aimed at their viewing demographic of gamers. And this went in really hard on representation of personal stories from disabled gamers, and also some developers speaking there as well. This is a really nice event. I hope this is going to continue to grow and continue over the years to come. And actually, on a similar note, I can't say too much because it isn't announced yet, but this event was like kind of mixed, like some talks English, some talks German language. There's actually due to be a dedicated, like solely German language accessibility event happening later on this year. That's as much as I can say. I know a few people watching already know about it, but as soon as information about that can be shared, it will. Moving on to something that we've seen steadily growing and progressing over the years, starting actually back in 2017, when Evolve became the first AAA game to share accessibility information about the game on the game's website. That's grown and spread. EA building their accessibility portal, followed by other companies like Ubisoft and Microsoft. Now spreading further, so this is PlayStation. PlayStation are now including accessibility information and pages on their website. Activision as well, so this is accessibility information here about Crash Bandicoot 4. This is very quickly becoming standard, and it is critically important for people to be able to make informed decisions, informed purchase decisions. But the other side of this is that it's not just about the information, it's about when you get the information. So you need to be sharing this information as early as possible. And I think the best example we've seen of that so far is Phoenix Rising, that launched only a few months ago, but they published their accessibility information for the game way back in September. So this was like 3 months or so before the game even launched. That is really important, because it's not just important for people to be able to make informed purchase decisions, it's also important for people to get on board the hype train, you know, like all those lovingly crafted pieces of marketing materials that you're putting out there. It's really hard for someone to get excited about a game and put their pre-orders in if they don't know if they're going to be able to play it or not. So try and put this information out as early as you can. I know things are always subject to change, but you know, you can be transparent about it, talk about how things are ambitions and subject to change and stuff, but just whatever you can manage to get out earlier in the process is super valuable. The flip side of this is information flowing in the other direction, so flowing from gamers to developers. And again, this is something that's been steadily growing over the past years. This latest addition to the family is Insomniac. So this is a screenshot of their existing existing support portal, where they're adding in an extra category dedicated to accessibility feedback. And this kind of thing, especially when it's something like this, where you already have an existing system that all you're really doing is just adding in an extra checkbox, adding in an extra drop down. This can be a really cost-effective way of getting really valuable accessibility input directly into the hands of your developers. Next up, something from the IGEA, that's the Interactive Games and Entertainment Association, which is the equivalent of like Yuki and Tiger. It is the industry body covering the games industry across Australia and New Zealand. They put together a pack of accessibility resources. So this is basically like 10-12 pages of links to like guidelines, guides, articles, and resources, all kinds of really useful stuff. It's a really handy resource. The URL for it is there at the bottom, tinyurl.com/IGEA-pack. So check that out. For something a little more focused, Oculus launched their VRCs for accessibility. The VRCs are basically Oculus's certification requirements for any game that launches on the platform. The accessibility ones are an exception to this. They're actually not requirements, they're recommendations. So you're not required to implement them. And there aren't very many of them. It's this kind of like their first pass at them, just like an initial small set of them. But the fact that they are part of these VRCs means that they are tested for. So that means that actually when you go to launch your game on the Oculus platform, you can actually get feedback on accessibility directly from Oculus, which is a big step. So a company that's a little bit more ahead on this, who's been doing similar things but at a broader scale, is Xbox. So Xbox have had for a number of years now internal accessibility standards and guidelines for their first party developers. A couple of years ago they released these publicly for anyone to use in the form of the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines website. They've actually just back in February published a really big revamp of these guidelines, covering both the breadth of what's covered by them and also the depth of them, the level of detail and the kind of things that are communicated about them as well, and the kind of examples of good practices in there. I'm not going to talk too much about these because we actually have a whole talk about them tomorrow afternoon from Caitlin from Xbox. But there is the URL there if you want to check out the guidelines if you're not already familiar. It's aka.ms/X, And at the same time, they launched the counterpart to this, which is an accessibility testing service. So this is a paid service by which anyone who wants to launch a game on Xbox or PC can actually submit their build to Xbox and get a fast turnaround report, basically evaluating that game against these updated accessibility guidelines. And the testing itself is done by subject matter experts and disabled gamers who are in paid positions for Microsoft evaluating this stuff. So there's all kinds of angles on which this is a really lovely program. And again, I'm not going to talk about too much about this because there's a whole talk about it tomorrow from Brannon. So if you want to know more about either of those things, the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines or the Xbox Testing Program, tune in tomorrow afternoon. Next up, games, which is what all this is leading to, right? This is what the hardware and the information and the guidelines, the recommendations, the testing is all about, is just making games more accessible. So there's been a steady march of progress. I mentioned The Last of Us 2 at the start. It's going to take a little while for the influence of that game in particular to filter through, especially given like the amount of time involved in AAA development in particular. It has already had some influence felt, A few games implementing similar functionality to some of the things it did. Even outside of games, actually, even within like a month of that game launching, I noticed a piece of productivity software that had implemented high contrast functionality based on what one of the developers had seen while playing The Last of Us 2. And that's something that really excites me about game accessibility in particular, is not only the direct benefit that it has on games, but the sheer amount of creative problem solving ability that is embedded in studios all over the world, that if some of that is applied to some of these accessibility problems, the solutions can actually be widely applicable across other industries as well and help improve the world in general. But so for what we've been seeing, there have been a few trends. There's a few features which are really rapidly becoming commonplace. Things like QTE toggles, remapping color line support, subtitle presentation. That has been one that's been really exciting for me to see, because that's something that was advocated for hard for so many years. So seeing that actually becoming standard is really, really cool. So this means things like being able to change the font size, configure the backgrounds, turn the speaker names on and off, that kind of stuff. There's also been an ongoing snowballing effect in two areas of the industry in particular. Firstly, in AAA sector, games that were influenced as part of that first generation, influenced by and alongside Uncharted 4, and those games coming out, those games getting on to influence others and others again, and just it growing and growing. And the same thing in the indie sector from Celeste. Celeste was hugely influential. A whole bunch of other games, particularly in the same genre, indie platformers, copying the exact feature set, and other games copying it and adding their own, and then like the next generation of indie games, the indie platformers, which are copying that second generation, adding their own again, and it's really quickly snowballing. That is very exciting to see the pace at which, especially because they're like quick turnaround indie games, that's evolving very, very quickly. So this is the point where I'm going to cheat and just read from a list. So this is a very quick, like non-exhaustive list, just a few examples of some of the games that have been doing nice stuff over the past 6 months. Going Under, Hollow Vista, Candy Crush Friends Saga, Crash Bandicoot 4, Ikenfell, FIFA 21, Star Wars Squadrons, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, NHL 21. A whole bunch of games that came out of the One Button Game Jam, especially a nice one called Chill Balloon. Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Black Ops Cold War, Rainbow Six Neon Dawn, Minecraft, Dark Pictures Little Hope, Sackboy A Big Adventure, Haven, Phoenix Rising, the suite of iGaze games from Special Effect, iMine 2, Street Cleaner, Destruction All-Stars, Minute Fun Racer, Bravely Default 2, Revita, Loop Hero, Warframe, Everhood, It Takes Two. Check out any of these games if you want to see some really, really nice accessibility stuff. I'm going to paste that list directly into the chat on Discord. Like I said, there's a few clear trends in that, but what you can really see from that list is just that it covers so much stuff. It covers everything from like promotional, like marketing mini games, to indie passion projects, through to like the biggest AAA blockbusters. It's a really clear sign that accessibility is really becoming a fundamental part of the fabric of every area of game development. And why that's possible is because of people. You know, these features and considerations don't just pop into existence by themselves. And part of that is people for whom accessibility is their full-time role. So you don't have to go back very far. If you go back to 2015, back then there was two people who were working in like platform accessibility, but in terms of people actually working on accessibility in games, there were zero people who had it as their actual like full-time in-house job. Now there's like something like 30 to 40. That's not people who like have accessibility on the side. There's like a big army of those as well, but people for whom that is like their full-time sole in-house responsibility. So that is a huge growth, and that includes 3 hires just in the last month alone. Oh, and I skipped a bit. Sorry, before I talk about hires, I wanted to actually call out one game in particular off that list, Spider-Man Miles Morales. The original Spider-Man game was doing some very nice things for accessibility back in the day. In particular, Spider-Man and God of War that came out at the same time. Those were the two top-selling PlayStation games of the year. So the fact that those two games were also games that had put a lot of effort into accessibility conclusively put to bed that quite prevalent myth amongst developers and gamers that accessibility in some way dilutes your creative vision and makes your game less commercially viable. They did some cool stuff. Then Miles Morales came along. Miles Morales really pushed the bar. They've got all kinds of cool accessibility functionality in there, including some things that actually build upon and surpass things that The Last of Us 2 did, like its high contrast functionality, which is actually fully configurable, so you can like choose the different colors for like your enemies and teammates and that kind of thing. And alongside this is the reason I wanted to shout them out, was the way that they talked about this. So they actually had like a full tweet storm. This was like a 15 tweet long thread showcasing all the various different bits of accessibility functionality in the game. And some of it was funny, like this example on the screen. This is talking about how its high contrast mode lets you have flat shading, and for people who need the image described, this is a picture of like 1960s cartoon of Spider-Man, flat cell shaded. But in general, like it was just hype this whole thread, and it was amazing to see accessibility treated as part of that launch hype, as something that people treated equally as something that people should be excited about with the launch, leading up to the launch of the game. And actually Amy, who is speaking tomorrow, she summed it up a lot more concisely and eloquently than me. It's so joyous to see such celebration of accessibility. I couldn't agree more. So back to the people. I was talking about hires. There have been 3 hires just in the past month alone. There's Rodrigo Sanchez, who has joined Emiliane at Square Enix. So Square Enix now actually has an accessibility team. It's no longer a solo accessibility commando over there. A second person, I hoped I was going to be able to talk about this today, but there's still got a few like finer details being nailed out with their contract and stuff, so I can't talk about it yet, but hopefully they'll be able to announce their position in the coming days. And lastly, Morgan, who I'm sure a few of you here know, Morgan is now working for the Odd Gentleman. Morgan's role is really important. So up to this point, that like 30, 40 people I was talking about, that's people working for big companies, working for publishers, people who have like a team of accessibility QA and like an accessibility lead and stuff. The Odd Gentleman is not a big publisher. The Odd Gentleman is not even a big studio. They have a headcount of 20. So for a company that's got a headcount of 20, to dedicate one of those headcount to accessibility is a big step for the industry, and I think is indicative of the direction that things are going to be heading in the future. So on to the last thing, I'm going to finish up talking about awards. So representation of accessibility in industry awards is something that people have been advocating for a lot for a long time, at least the past 10 years, with kind of limited success. Every now and then something's happened, but this year it exploded. So we have the Can I Play That Awards, which is in its 2nd year. Tiger, which for a few years now, its diversity category has had a specific accessibility call out. All the other ones you're looking at here are new. They all appeared for the first time this year. So top right, there's the Gaming Accessibility Awards hosted by Steve Spawn and Alana Pierce. The PlayStation blog adding an accessibility category to their existing annual awards. IGN doing the same, adding an accessibility category to their existing annual awards. PlayStation Lifestyle, exactly the same, adding an accessibility category to their annual awards. And I think those last 2 in particular are really important because they're like big, widely read publications. It's not just about the value of recognizing and awarding the people making the progress, but it's also about the awareness raising. And they can't really talk about the value of awareness raising without talking about the Game Awards. So the Game Awards also added an accessibility category to their awards. And the Game Awards is, I'm sure everyone watching this already knows this, but just in case anyone doesn't, the Game Awards is the main event of the gaming calendar. It's basically like the gaming's Oscars. And this year, the Game Awards were watched by 80 million, 80 million people. That is an incredible amount of awareness raising and then celebration of accessibility across the gaming community in general. And one other thing I'd like to highlight on here, the game in the middle, Hyperdot. So Hyperdot actually, across the awards on the previous slide as well, Hyperdot actually picked up, I think, 6 nominations and 1 win as well. And Hyperdot is made by one person. It's like a solo indie developer making this game. So I think that is, like, for any small indies watching this, I think that's a really powerful illustration of just how much ability you have to actually push the industry forwards. And alongside this, complementing the awards themselves, the Game Awards also launched the Future Class. So the Future Class was kind of a complementary program alongside the awards where they wanted to give recognition to people across the games industry who they felt were helping to push the industry in a positive direction. This meant recognizing 50 people from across the industry. Of those 50 people, 10 of them, so a full like 20% of the Game Awards Future Class, were people working in accessibility. People like Cherry Thompson and Nomad, Morgan Baker, and so on. This was really, really wonderful to see. So this recognition of the importance of accessibility and the celebration of where we've got to is really important, but it's also important to recognize that we are not there yet. We are still really at the beginning. We're still a long way off from the point where we need to be, where anyone can just pick up any game and have at least a reasonable expectation that they aren't going to be unnecessarily locked out. But we are getting there. As you can see from the kind of stuff in this presentation, a lot of progress is being made. People care, people are learning, people are collaborating. And that hopefully is something you're going to be able to take from the next couple of days, not just in terms of the information presented and the things you'll be able to take back and work on in your day-to-day jobs, but also the connections that you'll make, the people that you've met. A lot of the progress that has happened has been because of that collaboration, and how accessibility is a topic that seems to allow people to kind of step around the traditional barriers and talk more openly with each other and collaborate more openly on things. So please, as well as the talks, make use of Discord, chat with people, and hopefully you will be able to take some good stuff for the next couple of days. So enjoy, and I will see you on the chat. Thank you.
I always love kicking the day off with, I mean, all of that goodness. And I think what's really amazing is everything that Ian just described was actually just from the past 6 months. That wasn't even a year. That was literally 6 months worth of awesome news and innovation and brilliance. And I mean, there were so many key highlights to be able to talk about. One of the quotes, obviously, that we all love that came from The Last of Us 2 was, if we had just thought about this earlier, we could have done so much more, so much better. And now people are doing that. They're thinking about it earlier, and we're seeing the fruits of their labor. And one of the things that people are doing earlier and earlier is sharing the information about their games so people know. Which is great. And of course, there's also tons of information being shared in terms of guidelines, research, and everything that people are doing. And I do want to give a shout out to the new hires that were mentioned in there. So Rodrigo, of course, mystery person, and Morgan, congrats so much on your new jobs. We are so incredibly proud of you. Welcome to the Full-Time Accessibility and Gaming Club. We are happy to have you. I like to think it's the coolest club in all of gaming. And I, of course, want to say that I know I saw a few people in chat getting kind of emotional over the big thread of games. And you know what? It's not really a game accessibility conference until we make at least one person cry. So I think we started off on the right foot this morning. So a few things before we go into our break. We know that some people were having sort of desynced audio and video. So it does seem to be something with Zoom. So a little bit of troubleshooting that we've seen help. So number one, restarting it was fixing it for some people. And we also had others who actually described whether or not they were in full screen seemed to be affecting it. So if you're having that audio desync issue when videos are playing, please try that. Also, if you are using our closed captions and it's going by a little fast, don't forget that Zoom actually has the transcript feature that you can turn on and the text will permanently stay. And we also have a individual web page that you can go to that we have linked in the general chat if you would rather view it larger and perhaps full screen. So with that, we're going to be taking our first break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes at 10:50 a.m. or 2:50 a.m. if you are in the Pacific time zone, not that I know. And we will be having Scourgebringer and Indie Accessibility Postmortem. So we will see you guys shortly. Interpreter. There we go. All right. I hope you guys had a good short break. I personally have re-upped on my tea because it's going to take a lot of caffeine to get me through the day. I'm going to be honest. All right. One of the things that we always love talking about and highlighting here is that accessibility can be done on every game, from AAA titles to indie titles. And one of the things that is great is having developers share their learnings about how accessibility on their title went. That will bring us to our next presentation. We are going to have Thomas here. Scourgebringer is a challenging and fast game which has been designed with accessibility in mind. Through this talk, he will propose to highlight what went right, what went wrong, and how they can improve upon it. All right, enjoy the talk, everyone.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and I am part of a small indie studio based in France, which is called Flying Games. And today I'd like to talk to you about our game Scourgebringer. And it is a game on which we try to have a focus on accessibility, because it is a very demanding game. And we tried a lot of things, some worked, some didn't, so here we go. So for our presentation, I am, like I said, called Thomas Altenberger, and I also go by the pen name on the internet by Mr. Helmut. And I like pizza, I like video games, and I am most likely the most stereotypical game developer you can find. But for a more formal presentation, I am an ex-cognitive science researcher, so I have a PhD in user interaction design. And I used to work as a researcher, but I quit this kind of life because I was more into games and I wanted to make games. But I already have some kind of awareness about everything that is accessibility, user research, and so on. And so about 7 years ago, I co-founded a game studio which is called Flying Games. We make games, we make ports, and we also help other people making games. Our two biggest games so far are Neurovoider and Scourgebringer, with both of them have about 500,000 players, which is very, very big and cool at our scale. So we really have like a user base to work with in all kind of stuff. And so we really work directly with the community and with the players. And we have a lot of feedback in that regard. So it's really useful also for accessibility perspective. But before we talk about our game Scourgebringer, I'd just like to tell you a little story about how we came to really be aware about game accessibility. So about 10 years ago, it was before we founded Flying Games, and it was at the maybe in the middle of my career in user research. And I was working on a game which is called Hoi. It's a Kinect game, and it was a dancing game, so with full body recognition, and you had to dance. And we showed this game at Game Festival, and there was a player with reduced mobility who dropped by and was very, very enthusiastic about the game. He really loved the game, but he just couldn't play. So he just dropped by and told me, your game looks awesome. I had a really good fun looking at people playing your game, and I just wish I could play too. And this is something that was like kind of a spark. And it motivated us to enhance this game, and we added a seated mode, so where you could play only with your arm and only with figures which they didn't use too much of your arm. And this was the start of our story, but the main takeaway here is that many developers and many indie developers are not quite aware of accessibility. They know it exists. They know it is something that is really useful and for many players to be able to enjoy a game, but they don't quite have this kind of spark because they don't quite go to meet players. So the takeaway here is that go meet your players, and you'll almost always at any event meet at least one person which has some kind of difficulties getting into your game for some reason or other. And this is at this moment when you see someone willing to get into your game but just can't. So it's very different from not seeing the person. So if you can do it. So now Scourgebringer. So let's get into it, and just watching a small teaser trailer just for you to get a good picture of what we are talking about. And here we go. All right, and sorry if you hear a cat because I have like the most lunatic cat right now, but hopefully it's going to be fine. So Scourgebringer, as you may have seen, it's a very demanding game. There is a lot of things going on. It's very fast, and there is a lot of enemies, bullets at the screen, and so on. So we knew from the start that our game would be demanding, but we wanted our game to be as accessible as possible. We wanted to make a challenging game, but which doesn't have any, at least as little barrier as possible for anyone to get into the game and eventually enjoy it. So we built the game from the ground up with a few things in mind. So first was having smooth controls. We wanted to empower players. We wanted the playable character to be very smooth, very easy to get into, and something that as soon as you get your hand on a game controller or anything, you just feel it. So this is one of the main things that we try to achieve. And for that, we also wanted for the game to have a very quick onboarding, for having something like very minimal set of things to learn to get into it. And with absolutely no surprise. No surprise in the sense that we didn't want it to have anything coming from the game which felt like being unfair. We wanted you to have all the information at every given time, and if something should go wrong, you can analyze the situation and not get feel like it is because of the game, and also highly readable, because there is a lot of things going on, and so even our direction was made in a way that we wanted things to be clear. So making the game fair. So the first thing was that we didn't want it to have any scrolling. So when you enter into a room in the game, everything is on a single screen. There is no scrolling, there is no threat coming from outside the screen. Everything happens just in front of your eyes. And we also kind of have put the action on the middle of the screen. We didn't want it to go on the full widescreen range, so we put the interface on the sides, but all the action is on the middle of the screen. So just to avoid having anything on your peripheral vision, we just wanted to have things right in front of you, and just so you can like concentrate on what's on the screen and directly into your arm focus. So we built the art direction to be very contrasted. So the background is always very dark, and the enemies always pops into different color than the environment and so on. And the game character is always have a tint close to white. So white is a color that is always reserved for the player. And we also have bullets, enemy projectiles, which are always of colors which are always linked to enemies and always to threats. So you can easily differentiate what is a part of the environment, what is an enemy, and where is your game character. That was the main focus when we designed the art direction. From a sound perspective, we wanted unique sound cues, so everything in the game has a unique sound cue, and even enemies, they don't attack out of the blue. They warn you when they are going to attack. They all have a dedicated animation for that, and they all have a unique sound cue to let you know that they are going to attack. It is a game where you have platforming elements, but you also have shooting elements, and so we knew from the start that mixing aiming on a platforming game was not going to do it. So there is a lot of example of games who tried and it didn't quite work. So what we wanted to do is introduce shooting, but shooting with absolutely no aiming. There is an auto aim in the game, and you don't have to aim. There is no need to have a second joystick, a second stick to aim at anything. And so this was one of the main stuff that we wanted to do for it to be very, very smooth and accessible in that regard. And of course, as many options and settings as possible to ease play or to customize anything. So just to give you an extent of what we did when we designed the art direction. So one of the basic stuff that we made is some kind of pinch test. So we built into the game a visualizer. So we just had to press on one key and we could like totally blur the game. And it was just to check if when the game moves, does you still know what is what, in the way that where is enemies, where are projectiles, and also on the UI kind of where is the map, and how many bullets do I still have on the left part of the screen, and so on. So this is the kind of stuff that we try to be conscious of, and so we try to build the game in that way. So it was very, very useful, and it was a very simple effect to implement. So it took a few minutes to do. So it doesn't cost much to do this kind of stuff, and it really helps a lot. So we also built the game with color blindness in mind. We didn't want it to make a color blind mod, a dedicated mod. We really wanted to build our game and the color palette and the codes of the enemies and the attack and so on to be colorblind friendly. And we had the opportunity, we had the chance to have one of our colleagues in our office, which he's colorblind. So he gave us a lot of feedback in regard to early development of the game. And up to the release of the early access of the game, we built all the content to be colorblind friendly. But at some point we failed because by the end of the development, we were in such a rush that we kind of made the assumption that since we built the early game with color blindness in mind, we could just like take the same rules that we already built on and build the end of the game with it without involving colorblind people. And this was a failure. because there are a few occurrences of very late game enemies which are not colorblind friendly, and this one is an example. So the kind of green snake, flamey snake, when it attacks, it goes red. It blinks in red, and so you can see what's going on. So if you are colorblind, you will most likely only see green, and so you don't know when this enemy is going to attack. This was one of the issues that slipped away, and the takeaway here is that even if you are confident in how you build the game in regard to colorblindness, the best is really to have players who you know are colorblind and add them to your playtesting pool, because it's really important. And the fun thing is that a few weeks ago, we opened the game to a modification, and the very first mod that has been made into the game was to fix this enemy. And so now diving into the game settings. So just going to go through every kind of settings that we made. Some are very obvious and simple, and some maybe even a little less, but there is sometimes a story behind each of them. So the main thing was that disabling screen check is very obvious. Disabling and enabling vibration is very obvious, but sometimes you can't. And on this one, it's also kind of because of me, because I am 36 years old, but I already have like muscular issues like arthritis and so on. So when you play your own game every day, you kind of sometimes want to get this off. And I love to play with vibration, but I can't for the whole day long. In regard to sound, the main thing that we did is that you can switch your music style. So the game uses a dynamic music. So when there is no action, the music is calm. And when there is some action going on, a combat starts, bam, there is some very hard rock music and so on. And we figured that some players, it was too much stressful. It was too much of a cognitive charge to have like a stressful music and having a very demanding game. So what we did is we added an option to disable the dynamic music and just to keep the calm layer, and it worked great. We had some very cool positive feedback about this one. And in regard to controls, we made different things. So first, we added options to choose between toggling or to keep pressing for displaying stuff. For instance, you have the map of the game. You can push a button to display the map of the current level. And we just put options for you to, if you prefer, to keep a button down or to toggle. So personal preferences, but there is of course players who can't like keep pushing buttons and so on. So it's very important to keep that in mind. And also full rebind, and full rebind of both gamepad and keyboard and mouse. And but I'm going to be honest about this one. Even though it has a clear advantages in regard to accessibility, it is something that we did in regard to the players of Steam, because there is a small part of the players on Steam who are really, really picky if you don't propose full rebind. But it's not because of accessibility. They don't quite care about accessibility. This kind of player care more about, is your game a real PC game? And if it doesn't have a keyboard and mouse and full rebind, it's not a real PC game, and they're going to wreck you in the reviews. So basically it was mostly about this. So see, it's more like, yeah, it's something that we make, and of course it profits to everybody. So at some point when we released the game into early access, we've added a lot of analytics into the game because we wanted to know our player more. And we ended up having this demography. So 10% of players were absolutely wrecking the game. There were expert players, they were finishing the game very quickly. and they were really wanting to have more content. It was never enough. It was never enough difficult, and they wanted just more. And 80% of players were doing just fine. They were in the zone, and it was just cool. So this was our core target, and these were the players that we just wanted to keep entertaining. And 10% of players were struggling, but struggling a lot. They really found the game to be very, very difficult. It was a strict barrier, and they couldn't even pass the first level out of 6. And so this was the problem. So our goal when we continued to develop the game was to bring the people who were struggling to upgrade into the comfort zone. And for the 10% we were upgrading the game, we just added more settings to more difficulties and so on. So what we did is that from the both perspective, we tried to integrate what we could do in terms of accessibility and difficulty directly into the story of the game, into diegetic elements. And for instance, what we added is an unplayable character who sometimes pops if you are having difficulty. So we added some kind of things into the game which tracks your performances and kind of try to know when you are struggling, if you are doing better, if you are getting more into the game, if you are going faster and so on. So we are kind of tracking how we are doing into the game. And if the game kind of knows that you are like a bit struggling, we are making this character to appear, and it's a very cheerful character who just drop by and say, "Hey, looks like you need a hand, so here you go." And it just gave you some bonuses items for you to start a game and just like having some kind of bootstrap. And we also use this non-playable character to empower players who were very good. So players who were like very fast and trying to speedrun the game, this character was appearing in later levels and also giving you rewards for like being very fast and so on. So it was kind trying to appeal the both ends of the demographic spectrum. But we also went further into this with accessibility options. And so in the accessibility settings, the two main things that were very, very useful were game speed and game bullets. So this is something that we added pretty quickly into the game, and it was really successful in that regard, because there is a lot of people who found out that they were struggling with the game, and they just go into the accessibility settings and just like slightly reduce the game speed, like 80% or something like this, and they were finishing the game, and then they increased the game speed up to 100%, and it was really cool. We really had some very, very good feedbacks about this. And expert players like this option a lot, because when we added the option, we forgot to add an upper bound to the options. So you could manage to have a game speed above 100%. And expert players use this to spice the challenge. So it's a typical win-win situation, because we know for a fact that there is at least 15% of players who use the game speed option, and it makes things more manageable for once, and it makes more challenging for the other. So typical win-win. And it was pretty simple to do, because our game was already built in a way that we could change the game speed pretty easily. So not all games are built in that way, but if your game is built in this way, it's a very, very cheap setting to make, and it does so much for so many players. So really a must-have. Another option that we made is the auto slash. So it's a game when you have to make a lot of combos. So basically you mash buttons for smashing enemies and so on. And what we did is the auto slash. So it was just, if you keep pressing the button, the character was slashing automatically. And this was also pretty useful. A lot of players used it, and also expert players used it. For instance, speedrunners. Speedrunners used this option because when they played a lot, they were starting to have like pain in fingers and so on. So they started to use the auto slash for just like relieving some stuff, and it worked very well. Yeah, so another thing that we did is that trying to reduce flashing effects. So we use the fact that our backgrounds are very dark to use them for warnings. So when you were low HP, the backgrounds were blinking in bright colors. So just for you to not look at the interface and just see when you are into the action to see what's going on with your HP and so on. But some players didn't like it, most obviously, because it's a blinking effect, and sometimes it's really not desirable. And so we just made an option to disable them. It doesn't cost anything to do, and it just suits many players. We also add an option for making HD font, and because the pixelated fonts, it's barely readable to many players. It's more like an artistic choice, but it's very few players will actually use it. So many just go for the comfort and use the HD font. So it's a font, it's this font, this one, which is not pixelated and very readable. And unfortunately, we couldn't use a font that is more readable for other kind of things like dyslexia and so on, because our game is translated into 12 language, and including Asian language and so on. And for now, there is no font that is very suitable for all kind of stuff. So we really didn't wanted to go with like all kind of fonts. We wanted to have something unified, and unfortunately, it's something that we didn't quite manage to put into our game. It's a custom engine, so we couldn't quite do everything we wanted. And one of the most important options that we added, and which was like very useful and which sparked a lot of stories, was the assist on the HP regeneration. And so we had 2 levels of HP regeneration assistance. One was to drop more HP items in the game, so the game was more generous in drops. And the next level was a full invulnerability. And at first, we made the assumption that some players would be reluctant to have an invulnerability into the game, because it was kind of break the achievements, because a lot of people would be able to finish the achievement pretty easily, and some players would be concerned that the achievement would be devalued. So what we tried to do is to trick the players. It was not something that we're very proud of, but we are proud of this. So what we did is that when you activate the invulnerability, you have a small message in the settings that says some achievements will be disabled if you use these options. And it was just a gimmick. It was just a gimmick to reassure the part of players who value a lot the achievements. And in fact, it was not disabling any achievements. So you can absolutely finish the most difficult achievements with the invulnerability on. And in the end, absolutely nobody cared. Out of the 250,000 players, there is only one single person who reached out to us with this concern, telling us that, hey, your achievement still work with the invulnerability. And well, it just worked. And we also verified into the statistics of the achievements, and we compare to our other games to check if people were like pretty much the same on the completion levels, and if achievements very hard were still like also very rare, and it didn't change anything. So the statistics were still very robust, and the most difficult achievements are still very rare. So it really means that people who are using the invulnerability only use it if they need it, and people who value the achievements, they're just like a vocal minority, because it just doesn't work like this. And we also received comments from people telling us that they don't need invulnerability to finish the game, but if the option exists, they would feel the urge to absolutely use it, and it would wreck their experience. But that also doesn't happen. So it's just a mental barrier, but in reality, this kind of stuff just doesn't exist. So just put an invulnerability in your game, and it works wonder, and everybody is going to be happy. It's a really wonderful option. And another fun story about this is that we know how many people are using cheats like cheat engine or trainers and so on into the game, and we had a lot of people cheating in the game before we introduced this invulnerability option, and we still have a lot of cheaters, even though there is the invulnerability. And the thing is that the cheat codes and the cheats that people are injecting into the game are for adding invulnerability for the game. So our assumption here is that either people don't know that there is an accessibility tab, and is it an act of defiance? Like, are people cheating because they can? And the other thing is that, is it a problem of ableism? Because there is a lot of players who don't even go into the accessibility option just because it is called accessibility, and they feel like, no, this is for disabled people, it's not for me. So it's really a problem of wordings, I believe, and also, of course, a problem of ableism in that regard. So the last milestone, once the game was fully released, when we checked the demography based on all the accessibility work that we made, it was successful because we reduced both N by 5%, and we put more people into the 80%. People were doing just fine. So we added more content, and we added more options, and it was very cool. And we also pushed further. We introduced later into the game update a dynamic difficulty, and we made it the default setting for the game. So when you start the game will tell you the game is using a dynamic difficulty now, and the game kind of learns how you are playing, and it removes enemies or it adds enemies depending on your play style. And we still don't have quite many data about this new dynamic difficulty, but it was received very positively, and we already had a lot of messages from people who just told us, hey, I've been able to finish your game. I haven't been able before, and super cool. So dynamic difficulty it's kind of complicated to make, but it's always very good. And I think that working on future games, we are almost likely to make the game with dynamic difficulty in mind. It's really cool. And we don't like to have difficulty options. We don't like to have something that breaks the immersion and like a menu where you select your difficulty. We want things to be more merged into the story, into organic stuff, and so on. And of course, there is a few missed opportunities. One of which was that we designed the game to be playable with only one stick and no aiming and so on. But we still added a manual aiming for PC players or for players who just wanted to have that kind of control. And we made the error to make this the default control scheme. And so by the time the game fully released, our players were already well too used to this manual aim. So what we did is that we reverted to a default of the stick being completely disabled, with a message in the option telling the players, hey, we designed the game for it to work better without the aiming. Because players were struggling unnecessarily, but because they wanted to use the aiming, but it was worse than the base game, and they didn't wanted to believe that the auto aim was better for them. And so it's complicated to explain to players, but this is one of the mistakes we made. So if you do something, if you made choice, try to just respect it from the start. So this is one of the things that didn't work. Another thing that we wanted to do but couldn't because of lack of time is a hard of hearing mode, because our sound designer, Jonas Turner, has a relative who is deaf, and he wanted to make a hard of hearing mode with a bass amplification where you could feel the game more and so on. So this is something that we didn't do because of lack of time. And the other thing is that we wanted to add more control to the binding of the button, and we couldn't too. And for instance, for combos, we wanted to have single binding instead of pushing 2 buttons at a time. And that's pretty much it. So main takeaway is that Meet Your Players accessibility options are most of the time very easy to do. It doesn't cost much and it benefits to a lot of players. And it's usually a win-win situation, because you don't have to be disabled to have some benefits from accessibility. It's just for everyone. So that's it. So I hope you enjoyed it, and if you want to get in touch, feel free. I'm available on Twitter, by mail, on Discord, and I'd be very happy to interact. Bye, have a nice day, and I have a very good GaConf.
I absolutely loved that talk. I mean, there were so many amazing takeaways that we should consider. I think obviously one of the key ones here was, even if you are confident, it is best to have players with disabilities, in his case, colorblindness, testing all the way through, because if you're not involving them, you'll miss stuff. Of course, I can't even figure out what quotes I want to pull out, because there was so much useful information. I loved talking about how 10% were absolutely wrecking the game in terms of difficulty, while 10% were struggling, and how all of the settings allowed people to craft their own challenge, which was helping both groups on either end. And related to that, Tomas had posted in chat that the analytics were so useful. We found that people who give feedback are very likely to be hardcore players. If we didn't have the analytics to know that these hardcore players are not the widest audience, we would have ended up listening exclusively to them, and the game would have been unnecessarily difficult. And it's already a really difficult game. So I think that shows how important building analytics into your game really is. And of course, we definitely all loved, the most love I've seen in chat for a long time, for the fake warning, which is brilliant. Just lie to people. It doesn't matter. That's the takeaway from his talk. You can quote him. Tomas said that we should lie to people. Thank you. But really, again, if you guys watch this talk and you want to check out this game, it is currently out on PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox. It is on Xbox Game Pass, both the console and PC, and it will be coming to PlayStation 4 and PS Vita later this month. So be sure to check that out. Now we're getting ready to go into our first big break, and just some things you could do. Of course, refill your tea, get some water, take a little bio break, but don't forget, number 1, about the favorite moments channel in the Discord. Is there a quote you love or something that really sticks with you? Paste it in favorite moments so we can always look at that. And of course, If you're looking for collaborators or suppliers, or you are a supplier or service provider yourself looking to pitch what you do and what you have to offer, go to the business channel in Discord so you can talk all about your services. And with that, we're going to go on our break. It's going to be about 20 minutes. We will be back at 11:50 with a talk from Mark Friend, the usability of accessibility. So please have a nice rest. We'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope that you had a great break. I can see that the Discord has been active. Everyone's been talking. Of course, many pictures of pets happening, and a lot of talk about our next presentation. So this next presentation is part of the MCU, or Mark Conference Talk universe. As you're gonna see, there's gonna be a little bit of a Markception happening in this one. He that's right, it's canon. It's canon. Mark was a little weirded out about the fact that his presentation's going to be going, but he's not the one giving the presentation. When really he just needs to sit back, relax, and enjoy the work that past Mark has done for him. All right, so the usability of accessibility. You've evangelized for accessibility. The development teams have bought in, and they've begun adding accessibility features into their game. How do you then provide valuable and actionable feedback to them? And what is the best approach to take? In this talk, Mark will share how and why PlayStation Studios' user research team transitioned from checklist-style accessibility reviews to a focus on holistically evaluating the impact that accessibility has across the entire user experience, as well as the challenges and successes of shaping this process over 3 years. And Morgan in chat has it absolutely correct. User research plus accessibility hype. So with that, I will kick us off. Sorry, one moment.
Hello everyone, and thank you for coming along to my talk on how the PlayStation Studios user research team has been evolving our internal accessibility evaluation process over the last couple of years. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark Friend, Principal User Researcher and the Accessibility Lead for the PlayStation Studios user research team. And here are some of the recent games that I've been working on, along with a couple that will be coming out very soon. My role on the user research team primarily involves working with our first-party game teams across PlayStation Studios to help improve the usability and accessibility of their games. But I've also worked on a number of hardware and system software projects as well, including, most recently, work on the new PlayStation 5 DualSense controller and the PlayStation 5 console screen reader. The last time I spoke at GaConf back in 2018, I gave a brief history of the user research team's accessibility process and how it had evolved from our initial ideas into a fully fledged service. A lot has happened since then. So today I'm picking up where I left off to bring you all up to date on all of the changes we've been making to our accessibility processes at PlayStation Studios. Specifically, I'll be talking about how our process for conducting accessibility evaluations has evolved, and I'll hopefully be providing some handy tips for anyone else who is looking to move from checklist-style accessibility reviews to a more holistic-style way of reporting accessibility issues. A brief disclaimer before we begin though. Due to the confidential nature of the work that we do, we can't always share actual findings from our reports or content from games that are in a pre-release state. So all of the examples I'll be showing in this talk have been specially mocked up and didn't actually come from any of our reports, and any references to specific games have been removed, but they should still hopefully provide clear examples of how our process used to work and how it works now. So as mentioned, I'll start with a very brief recap of my previous talk. The user research team began putting together plans to incorporate accessibility into our services back in 2014. To start with, we used a variety of resources. We collected, combined, and distilled the information down to create our own list of accessibility guidelines to be used internally. The initial version was prepared back in 2015, and the second version of that document was compiled in April 2018. The guidelines in that document then made up the criteria for which the user research team began reviewing the accessibility of our games against. It's much quicker than the 38 minutes it took me to cover all of that last time. And so after putting together the guidelines document, our next step was to use that for the basis of our accessibility reviews. We transformed the document into a spreadsheet in order to more effectively use as the checklist for our internal review process. And here's an example of what the checklist looked like. It had a handy reference down the side to show the groups of players who would be impacted by the accessibility issues, guidelines split between basic and advanced groups, some lovely color-coded conditional formatting to show the status of each criteria in the game, whether it was accessible, inaccessible, or partially accessible, and a place for us to note down examples and recommendations. But as we soon discovered, guidelines and checklists can work well for evaluating a game's accessibility, but they can also come with a number of limitations. For the first few reviews that we carried out, everything fit nice and neatly into the checklist template. We provided feedback about what we anticipated would make the game more accessible, and what features the games were missing or had inconsistently applied that we anticipated would make them less accessible. It was fine to feedback and say that the game wasn't meeting certain criteria, like the font size being too small or the contrast being too low, but not all of the items that we had on the checklist were such straightforward pass-fail criteria. We soon began noticing that not everything that we were observing was fitting as easily and neatly into the spreadsheet. We were beginning to notice that it was becoming less straightforward to enter accessibility findings into the checklist. For example, in one review, we observed the following issues. The game did not allow you to swap between the different preset control styles mid-mission. Changes could only be made before or after a mission. So the game included multiple control layouts, which would be a pass, but the limitations around when the controls could be changed created an issue. And tutorial information could be accessed in the game, but only by talking to an NPC who was exclusively located in the starting area. So the tutorial information could be reviewed, which again would be a pass, but requiring players to always travel to a specific location to access that information also created an issue. These findings at a push could have been made to fit in our checklist, but they were also different enough that trying to attribute them to one of the guidelines from the original document wouldn't really have worked. It was also not really feasible to add new criteria to the checklist every time we encountered a finding that didn't fit the mold, as that would cause the already massive checklist to expand even more, which would have made it even more difficult to use each time we would run a review. And although it wasn't necessarily clear to us at the time, in retrospect we can see that a large part of the problem was that we were finding usability issues and attempting to fit them into a pre-existing accessibility exclusive framework. It was also tricky to use a spreadsheet to capture our findings, as games don't typically present their issues to you in their respective groups and a handy numerical order. Adding findings to the spreadsheet involved a lot of scrolling up and down and left and right, and often accidentally filling in the wrong text boxes, which added to the time and complexity of reviewing with a checklist. Another interesting side effect of filling out the checklist was that we ended up feeling compelled to respond to every applicable guideline with a finding, since there was space for that to be filled in with our observations. While leaving a section blank could be perfectly fine, particularly if the criteria didn't apply to the game, not being able to confidently answer how accessible a criteria was, especially when the guidelines document we'd created was stating that games should adhere to everything that was applicable to them, meant that we felt that we should be able to give feedback against every guideline that we'd written, even when there was a degree of uncertainty. So that was our first clue that there may be some kind of flaw in the process. The next major indication came when it was time to analyze those findings and transform the information from the checklist into a full report. When it comes to usability evaluations and user tests, we refer to a variation of this decision tree created by David Travis. By deciding if the issue occurs along the critical path, if it is difficult to overcome, and how persistent it is, you can arrive at the severity rating for the issue. However, we decided not to use this decision tree or those severity ratings for our accessibility reviews. One of the reasons behind that was that in theory, most accessibility issues could end up being a blocker, depending on the user and the type and severity of their disability. Also, there was a concern that we may miscommunicate the severity of an issue, as the user research team was largely made up of folks who do not have a disability or do not identify as being disabled. So instead, we decided to use a different way of communicating the severity of the issues. When it came to reporting accessibility issues, we decided to stick with the same ratings that we used in the checklist. We'd rate a feature as accessible if it worked as intended and made the game more accessible. Inaccessible if a key feature was missing or implemented in a way that would cause players to struggle, and partially accessible if the feature was incomplete, inconsistently applied, or implemented in a way that would cause players to struggle. We also added opportunities as a way of communicating quick wins and best practices based on the recommendations we'd been capturing in the checklist and the guidelines in the main document. This was quite a departure from our typical severity ratings, but since that's how we were grading the issues in the checklist, it made sense to use them in our reports. Another reason for using a different severity key was that we were beginning to include accessibility findings in our user test reports. As they were observations coming from the researchers rather than findings from the users, we wanted to ensure that there was a clear way of differentiating those findings in the report, so having a completely different severity key also helped to serve that purpose. Another change from our usability reporting was how we decided to structure and present the findings in the report. For a usability report, we use a cause-impact structure for our findings. For example, cause, the workbenches blended into the environments, therefore impact, players were unable to upgrade their weapons and struggled with combat. But for accessibility, it felt like the cause would always be that the feature or setting was missing or did not work as intended, and the impact would always be that it made the game less accessible and or that the guideline had not been adhered to. We initially used an issue impact style for the report, which, to be honest, in retrospect is basically a cause impact structure. But over time we tried a couple of different ways of presenting the findings, even dropping the impact labels at one point as we felt that the issue title often conveyed the impact better than the impacts themselves did. So here is an example of how an issue looked in one of our earliest reports. This issue was based off checklist item 4.1, the controls can be simplified, which ironically ended up creating an overcomplicated finding. As the breadth of this guideline was so wide, each aspect that we were reporting was really its own separate issue, and presenting it in this way created these large, complex compound issues. Just for this one issue, we could report on hold inputs, button modifiers, simultaneous button presses, QuickTime events, and much, much more. This meant that we were not going into as much detail as we could have done had each one of these issues been given their own slide. And when we did show examples from the game, the slides could become cluttered and difficult to easily read and refer to. All of the information was very high level, rarely giving adequate examples, as capturing that in the spreadsheet was difficult, and especially as each item could have multiple examples of instances where it was occurring in the game, and causing it to be an issue. The brevity of the write-up also intended to support the usage of the main guidelines document, where we directed the readers to the applicable section to better understand more about the issues we were identifying in the report. But in doing so, it required them to jump between two different documents rather than providing all of the information that they would need in a single location. Also, the findings in the report were presented in the same order which they appeared in the guidelines document and the checklist, which didn't help to convey what the most important issues that in the report were, unlike our usability reports where the findings are grouped thematically and ordered by severity. Another issue that we experienced was that findings could cross multiple guidelines. In this example, the temporary information might not appear on the edge of the screen, which is good, but what if the size of the icon was very small or low in contrast, which would be reported elsewhere in the visual section, or if the QuickTime event could not be skipped or the time limit not extended, that would get reported in a completely different section of the report altogether. And while something might be a positive and rated so as accessible, associated aspects of it might be inaccessible, just like the ones I mentioned. With the checklist and the severity key we were using, a finding like this wouldn't support being rated as partially accessible because it conforms to its own guideline. It was in other guidelines where the issue was occurring. So how best could we communicate that clearly? Reporting positives also became difficult for a very different reason. Because we were citing checklist items that we deemed to be accessible, it meant there was no depth or clear explanation as to why anything was really a positive. The finding was a positive because the guideline had been met. That was it. With our usability reports, we explain what makes a positive, so that the development team can clearly see the impact that the change is having on the game and understand how the game is better for it. This was not the case with the accessibility reports. Lastly, we arrive at possibly the biggest problem that we faced using the checklist and the new severity key to build our reports, findings that were classified as partially accessible. Something rated as partially accessible could have many positive aspects to it and only one issue, or it could be mostly made up of issues and only have one or no positive aspects to it. Yet the partially accessible rating could be applied to both of those examples and effectively give them the same weighting. Partially accessible findings could be almost accessible or almost inaccessible, yet we treated them the same way when it came to the report. And then it would be up to the developers to interpret which were more important to address. Lastly, another side effect of creating these compound issues was that we often ended up with separate impacts to each of the issues we were raising. For example, separate issues dealing with the different colors used for item rarity, health bars, and ammo types could all have bespoke impacts on the game and user experience, and might need to be solved by the developers in very different ways. If we were writing a usability report, that would be a good way of identifying that we probably need to break the issue up into multiple smaller issues. We were creating these complex compound issues that lacked detail and required the developers to read a separate document to fully understand the issues that we were raising. While there were issues with the deliverable as a report, it was even worse trying to present the findings. Having the findings ordered by their guideline groups and numbers meant that the flow was all over the place, and we ended up jumping between different aspects of the game and constantly swapping between talking about findings that were accessible and those that weren't. We'd created a list of guidelines for developers to follow, but using those same guidelines as the basis for the review just didn't seem to work. What we ended up creating were very generic reports, which ended up looking mostly the same regardless of which game we were reviewing, reports that were filled with complex issues and ideas, and presentations that lacked a sense of coherency and struggled to explain the state of the game to the stakeholders. Furthermore, we had to ask ourselves, what value were we providing to the development teams? The main question was, if the dev teams have the accessibility guidelines, can't they not just review the game themselves? Why come to the user research team and spend thousands on something they could seemingly do by themselves for free? Where was the value that we were providing? That question ended up being our cornerstone as we reworked the process. How could we make the service, and most importantly the deliverable, as useful as we knew it could be? Thankfully, one of the benefits of being a user research team is that we're pretty good at looking at our own processes, seeing what's not working and working out how we can improve them. So we started analysing the accessibility evaluation process and began implementing the first major changes. The first change we made was to improve the overall flow of the report and presentation. Instead of ordering issues in the same way they appeared in the guidelines document, the groups are now ordered by severity, from the guideline group with the most inaccessible and partially accessible findings to the one with the least, with this change helping to clarify to the dev teams which areas they need to focus their attention on more. Within each group, we also split the findings between areas of accessibility and areas of inaccessibility to prevent us from constantly jumping between positive and negative points. The regrouping helped a lot and dramatically improved the flow of both the report and the presentation. Our other big initial change, though, came in the form of adding a new severity rating. As mentioned earlier, our severity criteria for the evaluations were accessible, partially accessible, and inaccessible. And as previously mentioned, there were issues with using those ratings. So a change to the severity key was high up on our list as we reworked the process. During one of the accessibility evaluations we were carrying out at this time, it became evident that one of the findings we uncovered would be such a blocker that it felt much more important for the development team to address than anything else in the report. Just tagging it as inaccessible wouldn't have been enough. We needed to make its importance as clear as possible. So we created a critical severity tag for issues that we expected would create the most significant barriers in the game, in an attempt to help draw the devs' attention to them and ensure they would not get lost among the other issues rated as inaccessible. And success! The new critical rating worked, and it very much helped to emphasize the severity of the critical issues we were reporting. Slides marked with the critical icon helped to indicate issues that were expected to have the greatest impact on players, as fundamental aspects of the game would be affected and essential information would be lost or progression would be blocked. But even though we emphasized that findings rated as inaccessible or partially accessible were still important and should still be addressed, it may have still been unclear how much more inaccessible would a finding have to be to go from being rated as inaccessible to a critical rating. This resurfaced the ongoing question of how we were going to adequately convey severity in an evaluation and laid the groundwork for our next big change. We'd regrouped the findings and revisited the idea of critical issues, but the process still wasn't quite where we wanted it to be. We knew many elements still needed to be reworked, but it wasn't until the opportunity to help out on a project outside of our usual remit came our way that it gave us the certainty to make the final changes that we needed to make. In early 2020, the PlayStation Studios user research team was asked to support the platform user research team on an accessibility review of the PlayStation 5 console screen reader. As we would be working on the console and not a game, this would be different from all of the other accessibility reviews we'd previously done. It meant we couldn't use a checklist as all of the criteria were focused exclusively on games, so we decided to run it like we would a typical usability evaluation. This meant we ended up using a mind map to note down our findings rather than following a checklist. We use mind maps for the vast majority of our usability work. They're great for quickly writing down ideas, tagging data, and they're also very flexible, so you can easily edit them and move the data around into meaningful groups. You can start with fairly loose structure and add in new sections as the study progresses, which is great because it means you're not locked into the rigidity of a predefined template. The flexibility of the mind map also meant that we could group the data and rearrange it to best suit the findings that we were uncovering and order them in a meaningful way for the final report, so we could create thematic groups based on the issues we were uncovering. We were also primarily just considering users without sight, rather than the usual broader demographic of all users with disabilities, which would have been what we were doing if we were reviewing the overall accessibility of a game. As we were not just checking off if certain features had or had not been implemented, it resulted in us focusing on very specific causes and impacts regarding how and why the screen reader was or was not working as intended, essentially looking at how usable it was for the target demographic. This meant we could more clearly consider the severity for the individual user group, and as a result it meant that we could more confidently apply the issues using the usability decision tree and severity key. So for example, an accessibility issue with a core feature of the screen reader or experience that was difficult to overcome and persistent would come out as critical, and an accessibility issue with a non-core feature of the screen reader or experience that was not difficult to overcome and not persistent would come out as a low. Using the same framework we had already in place for our usability evaluations worked incredibly well and really helped to communicate the severity of the findings to the stakeholders and deliver a report that I am still incredibly proud of. We'd initially been so concerned with making accessibility its own standalone service and adhering to the guidelines that we'd created that it ended up limiting the service. Using the tools and systems that we'd already developed over the past 12 or so years for usability on the screen reader project was proof they could also work for an accessibility evaluation. It was proof that we were able to create deliverables that had great value to the stakeholders, proof that there was value in the user research team's accessibility process. With this in mind, we began updating our templates and trying out the new structure for the subsequent accessibility evaluations that our game teams were requesting. We ditched the checklist in favor of a mind map in order to capture our observations and findings during the evaluation, although the section headings do still take inspiration from the sections of the original checklist. Without a checklist now, it meant that we were treating accessibility evaluations in the same way we would a usability evaluation. So instead of evaluating against a list of checklist criteria or heuristics, we were using our knowledge of accessibility, user behavior, and associated best practices as a way of uncovering the issues without being beholden to a strict checklist, which is great, especially as every game can be so different. This obviously means that if you want to go away and try this method for yourself, you do need to have a good understanding of accessibility, but as researchers across the gaming industry are becoming more familiar with this subject, this feels like the next logical step for everyone to eventually begin to take. As we discovered, guidelines might be useful to start with, but they may eventually get to a point when using them holds back a thorough analysis of the game, especially as studios are becoming more mature with their implementation of accessibility features and the solutions they are finding be maybe less and less likely to easily fit into pre-existing checklist criteria. So without a checklist to fall back on, how can you successfully evaluate a game's accessibility? We found great success in considering usage scenarios. This can be as general as figuring out where in the flow a barrier is occurring, receiving and perceiving a stimulus, processing and determining a response, or providing an input. Or it could be as specific as using one-handed controls, can you still perform a headshot when using the aim assist? It's still useful to have the guidelines in the back of our mind, such as accessible font sizes and contrast ratios, to provide to the teams when we need to, but describing the extent to which information may be difficult to read and what impact that has on the overall game really helps us to contextualize the findings and provide very specific issues that the developers can more easily address. When performing an evaluation, it's also important to make sure you understand the default game experience and you don't just start playing with all of the settings enabled. To fully understand if accessibility features are working as intended, it's important to understand how the game works when they are all turned off or at least set to their default values. Otherwise, you may end up reaching incorrect conclusions about the state of the game. It's also important to ensure that accessibility features are not being evaluated in isolation. A user who may need to change repeated button presses into holds may also need to remap the controls, or a user who has enabled high contrast background might also need to use the character shaders or the large UI settings as well. It's important to evaluate how all of the systems interact and interplay with each other, as settings may work just fine on their own, but combining them with others may lead to blockers. Lastly, it's important to re-review features when new settings are added. The large UI may have worked just fine in round one, but now the scalable subtitles have gone in. Is the information being obscured that was clearly visible during the last evaluation? This again underlines the importance of not evaluating the settings in a vacuum. Anything could get used together by the user, so we should make sure that we evaluate it all together as well. Another potential issue we faced when using the checklist was the worry that we'd miss something important. Games are big and there's a lot to evaluate. Can we confidently check off that all speech is subtitled if we haven't caused every line of dialogue in the game to trigger? One way in which a greater level of confidence can be achieved for researchers is to work with other departments, like QA. QA see much more of the game and more frequently than researchers tend to, so they can be a great resource for logging individual instances of issues, while researchers can report the findings at a much broader level. And a great thing about the findings and accessibility evaluations is that they can make for great test cases for QA to work from and give them a great starting point to identify more instances of issues that the research team originally discovered. Sometimes, though, it's better to evaluate a smaller portion of the game. Trying to evaluate every feature across the entire game can be a lot of work, especially considering the time commitment just to complete the critical path of some games. While it can be useful for a first round to go in with a general goal from the team to see what is and isn't currently accessible, again, much like with usability evaluations or user tests, clear research goals can make the difference between a good report and a great report. And it's especially useful to think about conducting a more focused accessibility evaluation, as not everything will be ready to test at the same time. So feedback can be timed for when content is ready to be looked at, and means that feedback can be given earlier in development rather than waiting until the end when everything in the game is ready and you're 2 months away from shipping. Lastly, another great takeaway from the evaluation process that we've discovered is that you shouldn't overlook the settings menu. The heading that a setting is listed under and what other settings it is grouped with can impact the settings findability. The clarity of a settings description can impact if users will be able to understand what the setting will allow them to do. And it's important to check if the setting can be easily turned on, off, or modified, and if it can be accessed at all times or if its access is limited in some way. If the menu itself isn't usable, then users won't be able to use a setting to make the game more accessible. So with that in mind and put into practice, we finally arrive at our new and improved final report. And here is an example of the overview page that we have in that report. By using our process, we are able to produce distinct findings with clear causes and impacts, which can be then grouped and presented thematically with issues that share similar impacts or affect similar parts of the game. The specificity of the groups also helps to deliver a clear message about the state of the game, along with the severity key, show what the critical blockers are, all the way down to what the low issues and points of friction are, and give a clear indication to the development team what is the most important for them to address. They also help to contextualize the state of the game, and means that executive summaries can be written for an easy one-page reference following the evaluation, and round by round the issue groups can be tracked to see what the game team if what the game team has implemented has indeed fixed the issues. The individual issues can also be entered easily into systems like Jira, making them both much easier to track and assign to the relevant person on the game team. All in all, we find this approach paints a much clearer picture, provides a more holistic view of the game, and has created a much more useful and valuable deliverable for our teams. Focusing less on whether or not a guideline has been met, and more on how the features work and interact with each other, allows us to better understand the state of the game and truly assess the usability of accessibility. Because, after all, accessibility is just usability for more people. Thank you.
All right, I'm first excited to say that by doing some wonky workarounds, we've been able to, it seems, fix most of the audio issues that people were having. So if you guys continue to have any issues, let us know. We will go through and try to make as many updates as we can to make it a better experience for all of you out there. Now, Mark's talk was so dense and so full of information. I actually want to give a shout out to both of our BSL interpreters because Mark was speaking really fast and you guys managed to keep up. So props to you guys and for all the hard work that you're doing. Also to our captioner as well, because so much info. I mean, I think one of the favorite things right at the beginning that he said was, some things can really easily be a checklist, right? Like a font size, that's really a yes or no issue. But so many other usability, accessibility things are more complex, and trying to fit them into, this kind of checklist, isn't going to work out. And so by transitioning to this mind map thematic approach, they were able to move forward without the checklist, and they treated accessibility evaluations the same as their usability evaluations, which, like Mark finished his talk with, is really what it is. Accessibility is just usability for more people. And of course, by sharing the load, not just having the user research team looking at everything, but partnering with other teams like QA to find and bug individual instances where maybe things weren't working as they could. And of course, as a producer myself, I absolutely love that one of the goals was to make it easy to get that stuff into Jira, because we all know that if it doesn't wind up in your backlog, it's not getting done. If you don't have a ticket, it's not going anywhere. So the fact that they were able to produce that, I absolutely love and adore. Now we're going to be taking a short break so everyone can refill your beverages, stretch your legs. We will be back at 12:30 with our first panel of the conference, all about developers with disabilities. So we will be back then, and we'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a great break. Of course, one of the things that I absolutely love about this conference is our panels. Uh, there are so many different perspectives, no matter who you are or what you're trying to enjoy. And being able to have these voices come together and share their stories in a panel, I think is really important. And it's one of the things that Ian and I work to make sure that we have at least one at every conference. Now, this one is all about developers with disabilities. So what is the current climate in the game industries like for a disabled developer? In this talk, our panelists will be discussing what it is like to be part of the industry, from everything from recruitment to workplace culture.
Yes.
So, hello, welcome to another Games Accessibility Conference panel. This one is all about disabled devs and the industry, basically. My name is Chris Goodyear. I am the founder of Manycat Studio, and I do a lot of freelance work as well. And joining me today is some very talented developers from across the world, so I'm very excited to talk to them all. Starting with Felicia, do you want to just do a quick intro to you?
Hello, I'm Felicia Pren. I'm a player experience specialist at Next Games here in Helsinki. I am also an accessibility advocate and consultant, and before this, I was a producer outside of the game industry. I also do radio.
Ooh, I did some university radio, so I'm excited by that.
Nice.
Brian, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello, I'm Brian Marquez. I'm an associate producer at Raven Software, a subsidiary of Activision, working on Call of Duty Warzone. I'm also an accessibility advocate, and just, I guess, if we're talking about other things that we do as well, I am also an artist and publish comic books on the side.
Awesome.
And last but not least, it's Laura.
Hi, yeah. So I'm Laura, and I've had 2 years worth of experience in QA. I've worked for 505 Games and recently the Multiplayer Guys. And I'm also like a freelance writer on the side as well. I've worked for like tons of publications like PlayStation Magazine, Eurogamer, and Guardian, to name a few.
I am definitely in awe of everybody. I'm very impressed that you've all taken the time to come and talk about basically disabilities and the role it can play in the workplace and that. So I think the first sort of question I really want to ask is about how you got into games and more specifically the roles that you do now. So I'm going to throw that again to Felicia first. So how did you get into your job?
So this is super random. When I was a teenager, I really wanted to work in the music industry, and I played a lot of video games. I've played games my whole life, actually, but I never imagined that I would work on games. I always thought games were made in Japan. Like, I had this weird idea in my head that all the video games came from
Yeah,
Japan.
I thought that as well.
And so I'm not Japanese, so I was just like, all right, I guess I can't make video games. And then I moved to Finland from the US about 10 years ago, and I bumped into the man who would become my boss at an Irish pub one night, and I was unemployed, and I was like, hey, you should hire me. And he was like, well, what do you do? And I was like, I don't know, I do everything. What do you need? Which was like the worst way to sell myself ever. But apparently it worked, because he's like, well, I need someone to handle our communications. I used to work in the UK. I need someone who speaks English natively to work with our British partners. At the time, it was just an animation studio who focused on 3D. So I started out just handling the external communications with our British partners, and the company started to pivot more towards mobile games, and it became pretty clear that I was good at producing, so I became a producer, and I worked my way up to being the second in command at the company, and the rest is history. When Corona hit, unfortunately, things got a little bit difficult, and I started to look for something a little bit more stable that didn't rely so heavily on outsourcing. And well, now I'm at Next Games and I'm super excited to be there. So that's my story.
Amazing, really amazing. Brian, how did you come into your job role in the games industry?
Yeah, so I'm also a huge gamer. I've been playing games since literally as far as I can remember. The first console I ever played was a Super Nintendo. I don't know if that ages me at all, but I'm not.
Same.
Yeah. And it's literally been history since then. I actually didn't go to school for gaming at first, though. I actually went to school for pre-med. I was trying to go into medical school, and I realized how much I absolutely hated it. And then I was like, well, what's another thing I really enjoy? And then I looked around my bedroom at the time and noticed I had walls and walls full of video game memorabilia. So I was like, oh, well, that's probably a good fit. So yeah, I went into games dev. I actually wanted to go into art. I wanted to be a character designer, hence why I mentioned earlier I do comic book art and stuff on the side. But then I found out I was better at producing, and that's just kind of how I got into it. But when I graduated college, though I had like some knowledge just from my college experience, I actually started in QA, as most people do in entry-level game dev positions, with Adult Swim games in Atlanta, Georgia. So
That's so cool.
I worked on a lot of properties with them, mostly Rick and Morty and stuff like that. I also worked with Cartoon Network games, so a lot of Steven Universe games and stuff like that as well. And recently, just a couple months ago, I joined the team at Activision, and now work at Call of Duty Warzone as a producer there.
Amazing.
Forgive me for my fangirl moments over here. I'm sorry. I'm in awe.
Laura, what about you? How did you come into testing and that?
Well, for me, I kind of sort of like stumbled into it. I just randomly found it on the Facebook group called Black Girl Gamers. I found like a job posting for a QA tester at 505 Games in that group, and I applied for it, and then I ended up getting it, and then it became this like really unexpected journey. And then during that time as well, I managed to like get some freelance commissions for different publications. But so those included like Official PlayStation Magazine, Eurogamer, Guardian, and Den of Geek, all sorts of like geeky related stuff. And then I kind of just used the skills, and then that kind of took me into the job with the multiplayer guys, and then I'm still freelancing on the side as well.
I'm in awe because I'm just like, wow, if this is you at the start of your career, I can only imagine what you're going to be in like 5 years' time.
You're going to become a rock star. I can already tell. going from writing to what you do is like, you have ambition.
Yeah. I do hope to get into like writing, probably like narrative design, and lots of like fictional writing as well. You know, I'm just interested in like exploring different areas of the industry.
Yeah, I think I've had a similar experience where the first official games job that I had was a QA tester at TT Games, and that sort of helped me learn like the different roles and the development cycle and sort of where I felt like I would best be suited to, like what I enjoyed the most. And it's sort of an amazing sort of feeling to be like, oh yeah, actually I feel like I'd be great at doing that sort of down the road of like producing and running my own thing, which is why I started Manycats, because I was just like, I kind of have that independent flair in me that I was like, oh, I like doing my own things, sort of. And I knew that there was a lot of work still out there to do for people with disabilities when it comes to the games industry, specifically in careers and making games. And I just didn't want to wait around. I was like, why wait? If something needs to happen, let's do it now. And that's why it spurred me on to go to do Manycats. Luckily, these days I get to do panels like this, talking about the talented disabled developers that are out there, as well as sort of doing, like I said, freelance gigs at companies like Italic Pig or like Rogue Sun, and working on some really cool titles with them. So I just feel sort of blessed that I'm coming into my own in the games industry. It can take a little bit of time, can't it? But you get there in the end. So talk obviously we've all had different experiences coming into our jobs and that, and it sounds like we've all had different experiences of how we got said job, whether that's going through traditional recruitment processes or crying at someone till they gave us the job.
You don't have to call me out like that.
I named no names. But I was wondering what your thoughts are currently in the industry, how the recruitment process is for disabled developers, or the next generation of young disabled people or neurodiverse people that want to get in the industry. Are we doing well when it comes to recruitment, or how we do recruitment, or do you think it should be something that we really need to revamp and adapt?
So this is an interesting topic for me, and I'm going to take the lead on this one, I think, because I am a board member of an association here in Finland called We in Games, which advocates for more diversity and inclusion in the game industry. So this is something I deal with on a regular basis. And obviously I was unemployed for a little bit of time, so I got to firsthand experience as a somewhat qualified disabled person the job hunting grind. And what I can say is that I definitely think that the attitudes towards disabled people, at least in Finland, are changing. And not to toot my own horn, but a lot of that is because of things I've done, which feels really weird. But since I am pretty much the only loud disabled person in the Finnish game industry, I've given a lot of talks and lectures about working with disabled teammates and why you should not fear us and why we are an essential part of any development process, and why we should be seen for our skills and not necessarily just for our disabilities. So for me, I never felt like in my journey as an unemployed person to a now employed person that I was being judged based on anything but my skills. There were times in interviews where people asked things that they maybe should not have asked, but in those instances, I understood that it was more of a curiosity rather than an inherently malicious thing, if that makes any sense. So I think it's come up because people are genuinely curious, not because they were judging whether or not I was capable of doing my job. So I could understand how some people might be really uncomfortable with that, and I'm not even entirely sure if that's legal, but it has happened, and at least the way it was phrased when it has happened, I wasn't bothered by it. As far as the younger generation goes, I definitely think it's getting better, like I said, and I want to believe that thanks to my work and the work of many people like me, that attitudes are starting to change, and that recruiters especially are starting to not be as afraid. I think the internet has helped with this. I think movements for equality and diversity have helped with this. I think open dialogue, especially about neurodivergency, has helped with this. So I think we're going in a better direction, but I can only talk about Finland.
Laura, you're quite new to your current role, aren't you? Did you feel that the recruitment process for yourself has ever sort of acknowledged what your needs were?
I think going through like the recruitment process, really, I think it was just important to I think because always for me personally, it's always really difficult to disclose disabilities. I just always feel like it's a slippery slope for me. So that's kind of like the obstacle that I have in regards to like recruitment and like going through like the interview process and like the recruitment process.
Yeah, I totally feel the same way as you. Like, it's taken a while, as even as an adult going into my 30s. Like, it's taken me a while to gain confidence to be like, for this interview, I need you to do this. I need you to, be in a quiet area. I need you to focus into the camera and show me your lips so I can lip read. It's taken a while.
I get that.
I
get that because I have my eye movement, and like I can pretend to be normal up until they see my eyes, and then I feel like that is where I feel uncomfortable. So I can imagine for you, it's quite similar with having to ask, "Can I read your lips?" And can you please be in like a quiet room and so on. I think it's different but very similar.
Yeah, I don't know whether you have any sort of similar experiences with that, Brian, or what else has been said.
Yeah, so it's a little different for me. I mean, I have a physical disability. I was born without my left hand, so I wear a prosthesis. So in the past, when I walk into an interview, it's very clear to them what my disability is. They look at me, they see me wear a prosthesis, or sometimes I'm not wearing it, like right now. Um, but for recent times, I mean, I just started my job at Activision a couple months ago, so everything's been done over Zoom, over webcam, and whatever. So because it's not as obvious, I've been telling people like, hey, just want to make it clear, I do have a disability that if we were in person in any different circumstance, you would see it clearly. So like you would probably be asking me questions. So I'm just gonna, instead of making it not weird for them, but making it a surprise for them, like a year down the road when the pandemic is over and we go to the office and they're like, oh, we never knew. Like we could have been talking about your needs or whatever. I've been on that side where I've been telling them straight up, like, hey, this is what I have. This is this is my disability. It doesn't necessarily affect my work that much, but I'm letting you know in case you have any questions, so on and so forth. And for the interview process and for the inclusion in or at Raven specifically, it's been super great. One of the first questions they actually asked me when I told them, like, hey, I have a disability, I wear a prosthesis, that doesn't really stop me from gaming, but I'm also a big accessibility advocate. They're like, that's amazing. You want to join our accessibility team? And then now I'm an admin on the accessibility team. So it's
Nice.
it's pretty yeah, if there's one thing I could say that like made that experience awesome for me in their like inclusion and they're just being accommodating to my needs and wanting to hear my feedback about my disability, like that's one of the greatest things I've experienced.
It's been the same thing with me at my new job at Next. Everyone's been amazing, and everyone is really eager to hear what I have to say about accessibility, but also eager to make sure that I don't feel uncomfortable and that I have everything that I need. And I can't say enough about how amazing everyone there has been. This has been like, I don't know what I expected, but it's been amazing.
I guess that's sort of a good follow-on question to be about, I guess, the workplace attitudes towards disabilities and how, I guess, you think the current climate of like co-workers feel when it comes to like a new person starting who may have a disability or maybe be neurodiverse, do you think that generally the, acceptance is there, or do you think there's generally a barrier maybe between us because they don't know what to say or do?
Depends on the company, I would say. I've definitely been in companies where it's been awful and where I've been afraid to say that I need help, or I've been afraid to say that something isn't right. And anyone who knows me, and I feel like you guys don't even know me, but you probably figured out I'm not afraid to say what I think. So imagine someone like me being in a position where I'm afraid to say I need help. So it's been amazing at my new job at Next to have the opposite of that, where everyone is just so eager and willing to help, and I don't feel at all like I have to hide anything or that I have to worry that if I ask for something that's going to be seen as like negative or taking up resources or anything, compared to one place where I was, where it definitely felt like anytime I needed help that they were keeping a list of like times that Felicia was having difficulties, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely would say it's gotten better too. I mean, it's still for sure depends on the companies you work for, but for instance, like where I'm at now, I haven't really met anybody else that has a disability yet. I mean, this is a massive company, but they've been so open about, getting feedback or reaching out to those that do, so that we can, have that data for what we're working on. Whereas like the previous company I worked at, this wasn't even on their mind until I joined the team and they saw it physically in front of them. They were like, oh, that's a thing. You are having trouble playing a game that we developed and we have you testing. We should probably start thinking about that. Which is, again, like so different from now, where it's like I joined a team where they have been so open to, being accommodating to the people that play the games and work on the games.
That's great. Yeah, it's great to hear that. I guess it's kind of a thing of like having good and bad experiences, like depending on where you are. and it's hard. Like I think it's hard to sort of be vocal about maybe the difficulty, like you said, Felicia, about like sort of almost having that paranoia that they've got a list that they're writing down every single time that you raised your voice and gone, this is too hard, or this needs to be changed. Like, oh, they're being difficult. We'll try and get rid of them.
Yeah. I think that's the sort of like the biggest fear, is that if you do speak up too much, that they will, like, not at my current company, I want to clarify, but in previous times it's been the case that like you feel like if you do speak up too much, then they might try to find a reason to get rid of you, and then obviously they can't let you go for being disabled, but then you worry they'll find a different reason and just come up with something, and it's really hard to prove. And I think that's something that's really been difficult for me in the past, is to kind of really know when people are criticizing something I've done because I actually did not do it to the best of my ability, or they've criticized, for example, or they don't think I'm fit for a role because maybe I don't have the skill set, versus do I actually have the skill set, but they're so concerned about my disability that they're not giving me the opportunity. I made a post about this on LinkedIn back in the summer because I was living in Helsinki city center for a short time, and I was using a cane, which is something I rarely do, but I started using the cane. I started taking selfies with the cane, and it kind of hit me when I was taking cane selfies that I've been giving accessibility lectures for the past 5 years and going up on stage in front of the entire Finnish game industry to tell everyone that, hello, I'm disabled. And now I'm looking for a new job. So the entire Finnish game industry pretty much already knows that I'm disabled. Oops. So that was scary. And I read about this on LinkedIn, and I had someone reach out to me and was like, it's maybe not a good look to post things like that because it makes it sound like you're bitter. It makes it sound like you're finding reasons for why you might not be just skilled enough for the role. And I was like, I get that. I get how a non-disabled person could see that and think that that's what I'm saying. But at the same time, I would hope that there would be some sort of level of empathy from non-disabled people that would understand that, like, this is the worry that I think we will always have. And the only way to really calm that worry is to just change society's attitudes and change society's behavior.
Laura, do you feel that you're finding your voice when it comes to sort of addressing needs and, sort of, I guess, almost like standing up for yourself if you needed to?
I think I'm just learning the importance of that now, because I think working during the pandemic and just initially starting off in the office when I was at 505 2 years ago, and then the pandemic hit last year. It's one of the most jarring things I'd ever experienced, and it was just really tough. It was just like really stressful. I got really like mental fatigue, and it was just like really emotionally taxing on me. Just like trying to like adjust to like that new like work from home system, and that's when I kind of like realised the needs and how important it is to address that, because I think beforehand in the office, I think the reasonable adjustments were already in place. It wasn't a loud office, it was a relatively quiet one. And I think, that's just the thing, really, just like with the current situation at the moment, and just like trying to like adjust to that. That's been like a challenge.
I don't know whether you others will feel that maybe life is a bit different at the moment. Obviously, with like lockdown and remote working, it's pretty more normalized. A lot of companies probably will seek to sort of stay remote. How do you think this affects you then in terms of your potentially your disability, or maybe other disabled developers now that we're sort of separate but together?
I think it will probably like change like everything after the pandemic's over. I think it will change things forever, really. I think there'll probably be a lot more like variety and a lot more options and a lot more flexibility, and I think flexibility is kind of what's needed, really.
I agree with Laura. I think that actually in some ways the pandemic is a terrible thing for disabled people, but on the other hand, it's an amazing thing for disabled workers who work in fields that can be work from home, because a lot of my physical disability, being blind, is noticed when I'm at a computer if you're next to me. So how I use a computer can sometimes be a bit jarring for someone who's not blind to watch. I got bullied for it in high school, for example. And my coworkers at my previous jobs who've worked with me in person all got used to it. But in the beginning, I know it was super weird for them to watch me. But being home, no one has to watch that except for me. So I feel empowered in that sense. And I think a lot of people in similar situations might have found this kind of safety and confidence in how they work that they might not have necessarily had while they were at the office. I'm actually way more productive at home, I think.
Yeah, it's to me, it's almost like a tale of two cities because with the pandemic and remote working, it actually was kind of got worse for me. I'm more suited to being in an office where someone's right next to me. You know, the nearer they are, the easier it is for me to hear. And because I'm so now reliant on technology, you know, I've got to, you know, we've got to make sure everybody's internet connection's great, their audio's great, that they've all got great mics and cameras, and you know, and it's just like if one link in the system is gone, then the whole chain falls apart, and it's kind of like it's stressful. It's stressful for someone who's hard of hearing to be like, you know, I'm relying on you to equip yourself with a good mic and a good, you know, a good headset maybe to hear me. And you know, not a lot of people will, I guess, think about that when they're sort of investing in their own home office, because you're so reliant on going to an office where everything's provided for you that, you know, when it actually comes back to you're relying on your co-workers now to be the accessible ones as possible, you know, individually rather than, you know, as a company. I don't know how everybody else finds that, you know, and that responsibility now on your co-workers to be accessible and be the accessible office.
Yeah, I think I'm just bouncing off what you just said there. I think just that even like being on the autistic spectrum, really, I think because I think the difficult thing about working from home for me is that you just don't have that support system there, and it's just that you don't have people to like bounce off really, and just all the problems that can be solved in like a short amount of time probably take longer, and you have to like detour around them really.
I don't know how you find it, Brian, because you're in quite a large company, to still feel a part of a company when if you are remote working yourself. I'll be interested to know, you know, what's it like to sort of, you know, I guess I'm trying to fit in as part of the team when the team's massive but is also everywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna tag on a bit to what Laura just said. It's very similar, where it's like, yeah, you don't have that support group in person. Everything is done over video. So even for someone that isn't disabled, that increases the amount of time. If you just start at a company, it increases the amount of time it takes to train you. So just imagine what it would be like for somebody that is disabled, that does need more accommodation in office, how much more difficult it is to do that remotely as well. It's just kind of a lot to deal with, which is, I understand a lot of what we're talking about here and how the companies handle it. For Activision specifically, in my experience, it's been really great. How they've been helping me. They've been sending me all the equipment I've needed pretty quickly too. Most things come by like overnight if I need them. And then in terms of like feeling like part of the team, it's definitely an odd one, because, you know, I haven't met anybody in person yet. Everything's been over the you know, webcam, which is great in a sense, because, you know, like Felicia was saying, I'm comfortable being home, and I feel a little more confident being in my own space and being able to do my own thing without the worry of people like looking over their shoulder at me or whatever, because you would get that at any other place that you work at. But at the same time, going to what Laura was saying too, there's the support system, and being in person, you don't have to, it's kind of a catch-22, or like you were saying, a tale of two cities. You don't have to constantly remind people of like, hey, I need accommodation for this, I need accommodation for this, because it's being right next to them, it's more top of mind for them.
I think being blind, I'm sorry, continue. I didn't really
just to finish what I was going to say real quick, is a lot of people forget that I have one hand because you don't see it on camera. So I actually like changed my icon on Slack or what have you, or Zoom, so that it shows like a picture of me with my prosthesis. So I try to make it a little more, you know, visible so that they remember. But yeah, it's definitely an odd situation there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think being blind, maybe my situation is different than other disabilities, because I also because I'm a community manager, I do PX, but my background is mostly in community management. So I am used to all of my friends existing inside of the internet. So for me, onboarding virtually just feels like I've started moderating another Reddit community. It doesn't feel any different. It doesn't feel any different. And everyone, I think, this week has been kind of shocked about how fast my onboarding has gone, but I think a lot of it is just because I'm so used to doing everything online, all of my friends being online, all of my colleagues from different communities being online, that it's been easy for me because I feel the most confident online. You know, I've become already like the second meme lord of our company Slack, for example. And you know, I am just an internet geek. So for me, this has been super easy. And I don't feel like I have to constantly remind anyone because I feel like being behind the computer, it's less obvious than if I would be at the office, if that makes any sense. And now that everything is done virtually, all the notes are written down, not by me in Slack. All the slides are made by, you know, like everything is already there and already written and already in fonts, not handwriting. So, and not on whiteboards that I would have to physically walk up to and put my face against if I wanted to see. So there's just so much that makes me feel like I'm emperor of the world as a blind person working from home. But I definitely understand how other people might not see it that way. But I'm loving it.
I guess then would be how we take that attitude and that confidence and, you know, the things that have gone well as a remote workers, etc., when it all goes back to office, or, you know, we may, you know, join back together again. You know, it's sort of, I guess, what's the advice you could give to the company to sort of keep the ball rolling and feel that confidence?
Let people have the hybrid option. I think the hybrid option is going to be kind of the ideal going forward. And I think that any company that doesn't do the hybrid thing is going to be left in the dust.
Yeah.
And to explain to our viewers at home what the hybrid option is.
Sorry. Hybrid is doing part-time at the office, part-time at home. And how that part-time is coordinated would obviously depend on the team, on the company, on the project. But I think having the option that, I don't think basically any company after this is going to be 5 days, 40 hours a week at an office anymore.
I did want to touch upon a sort of a common thing for industry people is events and networking. Obviously, a lot of that has basically gone online, digital ones, you know, if any. So when we actually can go back to physical events and meet up again, you know, what do you think the situation for disabled developers is going to be? Is it going to be back to the same old, or, you know, is it going to be a new positive attitude towards, you know, people with disabilities at these events?
I have so much pent up energy from the past year that I think I'm going to be the first one at every single karaoke line is all I have to say. I am like, I am ready.
My hope is that with the pandemic, like I absolutely miss these events too. I would go to almost everyone because I love talking to people and telling them about how amazing game dev is. I mean, everybody's heard horror stories, but there's so much love and passion in there too. And like, that's what I love going to these events for. But I really hope if one thing could change, that they dual present their panels, like similarly to like the GaConf is doing now, is there are these live stream panels and people can watch them online, and there's the VOD on YouTube afterwards. If more conventions could do that, that'd be great. I know it's a little different because with them, they try to get people in the door, and that's the way they get people in the door. But I mean, I don't know, charge a fee to watch them online too. Like, that's one way you can still make your money and have people that need access or want access to these panels or talks. You know, GDC does the same thing.
I agree.
Just doing those with PAX, or even, I know E3 doesn't have as many panels, but PAX and other events like that.
Yeah, like it's interesting of the hybrid option again that comes in of, like, you know, sort of give people options is kind of the best thing you can.
It's the greener way too, isn't it? Like we're thinking more and more about climate change and everything like that, and I think the hybrid option is also more logical for the climate, especially, you know, if you think about people up here from the Nordics, like basically the whole Nordic game industry flies to San Francisco for a week and then flies back. That's a lot of flights and a lot of greenhouse gases for stuff that could now, we've proven, be done online. So
I don't know how you feel, Laura, as someone who's neurodiverse. When we go back to physical events and meeting up, with crowds of people, what do you hope that the new situation would potentially create? Are we going to be more, I don't say empathetic, compassionate, more accessible, maybe?
I think accessibility is important, but I think like in regards to like events and stuff, I think for like autistic people in general to sort of have like a sensory room, because like the autism show, which is, it's not a game room related event, they sort of like have like little sensory areas. So I think just like introducing stuff like that really, and just like quiet areas, and just like things like even that sort of like stands and stuff, like sort of like if people are like having like hearing impairments or vision impairments, just have like the reasonable adjustments in place there as well.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of events that have that breakaway space that you can just get away from the hum and the noise and everything, and actually have that quiet word with someone that you sort of pull out from the crowd. Hey, I need to talk to you. But yeah, I guess we could go on to sort of the final point of actually, what we hope for the future, and maybe bits of advice that we can give to potential other disabled devs, or the next generation of disabled developers and neurodiverse developers, because things aren't perfect, but they are getting better. But I guess I prefer it to you guys of what advice would you give, and what do you hope to see for the future?
Stand up for yourself, because no one's going to stand up for you, is all I can say. I would say I wish I would have learned that when I was 20 and not when I'm 30, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest piece of advice I can
Yeah,
give,
absolutely.
to go back to what Felicia said earlier, is continue to be loud. I mean, there has been change that has happened over the past couple years, and it's just been getting better and better, and it's only going to get better if we continue to be vocal about it and to keep speaking up. Just within the past year or two, I've seen so much growth in this industry, not just in accessibility in games, but accessibilities in the actual development studios, in the events, and the event halls. None of this would have happened if we didn't speak up about it. So if we continue to be loud, it's gonna just continue to get better.
Loud and proud.
I think. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Laura.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I definitely agree with what Felicia just said. Really, just like not being afraid to stand up for yourself, and just like calling things out if things aren't right, and just I think that's what I've got to add, really.
Yeah, I echo that. Unfortunately, it took me to like the age of 30 before I gained that confidence to be able to sort of speak up for myself and defend myself as well, in terms of like if I was struggling, basically because of a disadvantage that not many people have, and is that sort of the same echo for people to don't worry about that, or how they think that that negativity that can be associated with disabilities might come back on them because they're voicing their opinions, and that sort of scared of like, oh, if I say I'm struggling, and then they're going to be like, oh well, that's what we get for hiring somebody who is XYZ,
But I think we've all been through that at school. At least I have, and I think that's where a lot of this comes from. Like, I think a lot of this worry, and why it takes us so long after school to find ourselves, is that we've all have that trauma and that history of mistreatment and being misunderstood and being misjudged from society and from school and from the adults in our life from a very young age. And at least for me, it took actually meeting Ian, who brought us all together, but also, just finding my place as an adult in a foreign country, because I'm American originally, and really being out on my own and finding myself. It took a long time to realize that I'm not broken, society is. And when you start looking at it from that perspective, it's this whole other level of freedom that just lets you, for the first time, I would say ever, properly live.
Yeah, I like that.
I definitely want to add on to that too. Similar to what everybody said, I was very like shy about it and definitely not confident about my disability and speaking out about my disability and the accommodations I need and people with similar disabilities like me need, until I found a community that was, also vocal about it, like, the community here or other charities I work for. And it helped me realize that, like, yeah, I can be vocal about it. And even if I don't feel it at the moment, people are hearing me, and people will always be hearing me. And one thing that we can make clear, or I feel like we can make clear now, just being in this panel, is there are people on the inside that will be hearing you and will be fighting for you. So that's definitely helpful to know too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's really nice to hear. Yeah, I think it's easy to forget that there are people in the industry already who have a disability or are neurodiverse. That they may be not as loud and vocal as us, but they're still shaping the industry for the better, and that they're ready to sort of welcome you almost. But yeah, if anybody's got any final points they'd like to make, feel free to speak up now or forever hold your peace.
I've had enough today.
Yeah. I think just bouncing off what the guys just said. I think I'm always sort of like at the realization I'm always going to sort of like have like this uphill battle with like my disabilities and like in the workplace as well.
Yeah, no, I get that point. And it's a life journey almost sometimes, isn't it? And hopefully, because we've gone down the path, and hopefully the sort of person behind us will have an easier time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that pretty much covers it for our panel today. So I'd just like to thank you all again for taking the time to come and speak about your experiences and impart some knowledge and wisdom to the GA conference crowd that will be watching. Just imagine it's just a giant theatre with massively filled and over the film of everybody watching. Yeah, I believe that we will be in the discourse for the Games Accessibility Conference. So if you've got any questions in the audience, then feel free to sort of chime up in there. I'm sure we'll be happy to answer if you've got any questions from this panel. So I'd like to, from all of us, I will say, thank you for watching, and so continue for the rest of the conference. We'll all learn more. So let's all wake up. Bye. Bye.
So before I do my recap, I want to give a very special shout out. Ian Hamilton's mother is watching today, so thank you so much. Without support of literally people like you, we in Ian's case, he literally would not be here. So thank you. But this panel, there's so much great stuff. I love at the beginning, shout out to all of us who started out in QA. That's where I started out back at Volition. But, there's some really real and raw things that got discussed today, from, if you are an advocate and, constantly telling that message, it's out there, and that can be really nerve-wracking. So, it is something that, it takes a lot of emotional work to put yourself out there like that. And the fact that all of these panelists were able to share their own journeys was amazing. Of course, hitting on how the pandemic has impacted accommodations. Now we're seeing accommodations that had never been offered before. Suddenly we have. And for some people, the pandemic has been great and empowering. And in other moments, it actually makes things harder for them in trying to do their job. And obviously, because of the pandemic, we all definitely have all of that pent up energy. I will say, getting up and having to do all this, and the fact that I don't even get to have drinks with everyone tomorrow after it's done, it's not fair. But of course, I absolutely love the message of be loud. And as Amy was saying in chat, I love this. Welcome to the Fierce Blind Lady crew. You'll be issued your white cane, taser, and megaphone shortly. I love that. But the end message, I'm not broken. society is. And that's what, why we're all here, to change society, to have that impact. Now, we actually let that panel run over. There was no way we were going to trim any of that. So we're actually rolling directly in to our next talk. So this next one is called Mavis and the Tomorrow People. So this is a presentation of another chapter of Barry Ellis's book that hopefully one day he will actually write and publish. But until then, you're going to continue getting it piecemeal via the Game Accessibility Conference. So Mavis, the first multi-purpose accessible computer, and the Tomorrow People who used it. All right, and I'm gonna get that started. Wait, I can't tell time, it's lunch. Don't look, this is, I told Ian that trying to have me look at British times it's 5:16 in the morning. Anyway, we're gonna go for lunch. We will see you back here in an hour. I'm gonna go have more caffeine. Okay? Look, Stacy, I don't have time to nap, but yes, please go have your break. We will see you back in an hour. Thank you so much. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a great lunch or breakfast or snack or whatever you did in whatever time zone it is for you. So we are back, and we always like to kick off our afternoon with a series of micro talks. So we have a few 15-minute talks that we're going to do pretty quickly, starting with the one I jumped the gun on a little bit before, Mavis and the Tomorrow People. So this is a chapter from Barry Ellis's not published book that I hope one day he will actually finish. As I said before, until then, you'll just continue to get piecemeal chapters here via the Game Accessibility Conference. So Mavis, the first multi-purpose accessible computer, and the Tomorrow People who used it. All right, I will get this going, everyone.
Mavis and the Tomorrow People is an abridged reading from the One Switch 100 book. This is hosted at the Accessible Gaming Museum, oneswitch.org.uk/page/museum. Mavis deserves to be remembered. A groundbreaking project shaped by some of the UK's brightest minds and institutions. The first flexible, multi-purpose computer for the severely disabled. The 1970s was a period of economic decline in the UK. Many were fearful of the growing impact of computers upon their lives. Some were optimistic. Hopes of radical change, a leisure society, and an end to war were expressed. It was a time of fledgling human-computer interaction studies. How could ordinary people better harness the exciting possibilities of computers? Interest grew in exploring the benefits of computers to the disabled. In a joint project between the National Physical Laboratory, NPL, and Loughborough University, the Mavis team was formed. The goal? To bring the power of the microcomputer to any disabled person, to amplify the power of their minds and bodies. Impetus came from the great need of severely disabled children to learn, play, create, and have better control of their environment. The hope was to take the baton from Possum and to run with it. Computer-aided environmental control, telephone communication, online news, word processing, art, music, games and stories. Flexible input and output to match the user's abilities. All from one affordable, portable box. That was the dream. The Mavis team. The National Physical Laboratory was a hotbed of pioneering work with past luminaries including Alan Turing. One member of the Mavis team was Julia Schofield. Julie was the first totally blind graduate in computer science, awarded in 1975 at Hatfield Polytechnic. Julie had years of experience using cutting-edge blind accessible technology. Brought in as a consultant was Reg Melling, the co-creator of Possum. His trailblazing work galvanised the modern-day electronic assistive technology movement. Mavis would not have existed without him. Leading the project was experimental psychologist and maverick scientist Christopher Evans. Where most of the scientists at the NPL wore stiff suits or white lab coats, Dr. Evans ran around in American sneakers, jeans and open shirt. His office was said to feature a dentist's chair from which visitors might spy a tame rat peeping out from his shelves. Chris was the best friend of science fiction writer J.G. Ballard. Together they worked on a number of new wave projects together. Some of this led into Ballard's most notorious book, Crash, a dark tale of car crash sexual fetishism. less controversial work was published in 1969. One entitled How Dr. Christopher Evans Landed on the Moon was perhaps the first published playthrough of a computer game. Another, The Dreams of the Computer, where Chris had forced the computer to slowly lose its mind. By 1969, Dr. Evans headed the Man-Machine Interaction section at the MPL. Experimental setups were tested with people unused to computers, which was just about everyone back then. One early project was of a medical history note-taking machine that simulated the manner of a very polite and patient doctor. A teletype machine was initially used with a keyboard mask, reducing the keys down to just yes, no and question mark. Tests in Glasgow found that alcoholics seemed more honest about how much they drank when asked by a machine. Some ethnic minority women found discussing gynecological issues with a male doctor impossible, but to a computer posing as a woman, far easier. The system evolved into a compact unit named Mickey, the medical interviewing computer. During the 1970s, Chris published books and gave talks on the mind, of cults and of computers. He was credited as a scientific advisor on ITV's The Tomorrow People, a sci-fi series for children. Chris was the guiding spirit over the Mavis team. Tragically, he died of cancer in 1979, just as the Mavis trials were to begin, and just as his television series, The Mighty Micro, was about to be broadcast, proclaiming an exciting future to come. Research. Experimental research covered many promising avenues for disabled people. Speech synthesis and Morse code, high visibility text, bliss symbols, teletext and view data services, robotics and user programming, and all manner of input devices. By September 1977, a Mavis prototype was ready to be demonstrated to a select audience. If enough support could be garnered, the project would continue. Mavis Mark I. The 1977 Mavis Mark I pictured shows Julia Howlett operating a talking arithmetic program by touch and hearing alone. In this early form, the system could demonstrate large, blocky colour graphics and text in different sizes. It could speak numbers and play varied musical tones. It could be controlled by a keyboard or sit puff. Software also included a text editor and a music playing activity where work could be saved to cassette. Nothing this versatile had existed before in the world of assistive technology. The demonstrations were a success. Work resumed immediately, with Ferranti brought in to collaborate on building Mavis Mark II and investigate market possibilities. Of interest, Ferranti had created the world's first commercial computer, the Ferranti Mark I, in 1951. This machine ran the world's first conventional computer video game, Christopher Strachey's Drafts, a game with a video display, music, and even an undo assist mode. Powering on. As soon as Mavis was switched on, it was ready to be used. A key feature was the matrix, using a possum-like scan and select method. Here, one or two inputs was enough to reach all the keys and main functions of the system. The big difference was that an unlimited number of custom matrices for different purposes could be created. At this stage, a brand new world of possibilities was opened. Trials. To a radio backdrop, I like to imagine, of cars, dreaming, a message in a bottle, the trials began. Firstly was Banstead Place in Surrey, a residential assessment centre for up to 32 young people of school leaving age. This included teenagers with spina bifida, cerebral palsy, heart disease, epilepsy, deaf children, blind children, and children with various brain injuries and learning disabilities. The aim was to support them all in getting ready for a more independent life. Secondly was the Richard Cloudsley School in London, which supported 100 disabled children aged 3 to 16 years. Of those, one 5-year-old, Joanne Dawson, was singled out as a perfect candidate for the project. She was an intelligent child with cerebral palsy, very frustrated by her inability to communicate and participate independently. Joanne was a bliss symbol user and was using a possum device in class. Joanne would start by taking Mavis home with her to replicate her possum work. Games. Most students at Banstead watched television as their main recreation. Games on Mavis provided a second possibility which could be used independently. Many students who could not manage other elements of the system still found a way to play the games for fun. 3 games were initially provided: Hangman, played here with foot switches, Target, an arcade-type game, and Patience, a number matching game. The games proved so successful that a 4th was soon added, based on MB Electronics' Simon. At home in London, Joanne played the games too against her brother. Text editor. The text editor was a revelation for those able to use it. It gave an instant area to communicate from. It allowed users to edit their thoughts, display them on screen, print them, and save to cassette. Custom matrices allowed users to select whole words without having to type them in one letter at a time. Banstead users and staff made all sorts of content. An early Mavis user guide was available, as were pages copied from weekly magazines. The text editor also held potential for programming with Plum, the programming language for users of Mavis. User Response System. A branching text system enabled Mavis operators to create and complete quizzes, questionnaires and tests. Banstead used this to test children on the likes of horse riding, swimming, road safety, personal care and benefits. Content rapidly built up. All had the benefit that users could pause and complete them at their leisure. The computer never lost its patience. Art. Being able to create something uniquely your own can bring pride, joy and self-esteem. Mavis was instantly ready for users to doodle with. A cursor could be moved in 8 directions, with draw, erase, colour and fill options. Easier art matrices allowed a picture to be formed by selecting words such as grass, walls, door, roof, window, chimney to build a house. Finished art could be saved to tape or printed in black and white. It was said that many non-disabled adults found the system difficult, but that the children had no such problem. The boat example reflects a big news story of 1979. NASA's Skylab space station falling out of control back to Earth had caused global panic. Pictured here is Rachel, who was very weak and unable to speak, creating art using a single finger. She moved on to switch accessible input after her strength reduced further. Rachel very quickly became a competent user of Mavis, using it for communication and all classwork, including preparing material for other users. Music. Inherited from Mavis Mark I was the facility to play and edit tunes. The root of this came from early experiments with blind access and a box called Sparky. Alongside Morse code and speech, Sparky could translate text into a musical score. To mentally convert the music back into English was not at all easy. However, using the system as a musical sequencer made perfect sense. The advanced method displayed notes on a stave as they were played. Here, different musical keys and time signatures were possible to select. The simpler version allowed users to enter musical notes and lengths as letters. One of the tunes included was Bach's 1723 Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, likely inspired by the switched-on Bach Moog album from 1968. Another was Hornpipe, the theme to BBC TV's Blue Peter. Environmental control. A wide range of external devices could be controlled via Mavis. A system provided by Reg Malling facilitated the ability to control lights, heaters, door locks, intercoms, radio, TV, a train set, and so on. Additionally, the potential for telephone dialing from a contacts list was included. Pictured is Joanne making 2 boys jealous with the train set she got to keep. Evaluation. By the end of the trials, much was learnt. Mavis had proved it could be used for many tasks by a wide range of children of varying abilities. It proved that a black box all-in-one solution greatly reduced the clutter created by needing dozens of incompatible single-purpose aids. A wide range of children were able to work, play, create and express themselves. In some cases, personalities shone through that would have otherwise remained ever hidden. The London trials brought lasting benefits for young Joanne. Controlled movement was incredibly difficult, but a custom device was made. Using her right hand in a sideways motion, she would operate one of 2 wiper switches to navigate the Mavis matrices. The switches were personalised with coloured padding and a Peter Rabbit design. By the end of the trials, Joanne was using the system regularly at home and school. She was the last user of Mavis. In 2015, Joanne's mother Sylvia recalled, "Jo was a very independent young lady who travelled to many places with friends and family. She had a group of carers and was able to live an independent life whilst at the same time remaining at home with her family." Jo's father John was always very proud of what she achieved. He would help her to set up her systems to be able to email and text friends. She had a lovely smile, great sense of humour, and she affected everyone that came in contact with her. She was a lovely baby and a beautiful young lady, but unbiased. End of Mavis. Although the Mavis Mark II trials were successful in many ways, with the need for such a machine proven, there would be no Mavis Mark III. Government officials were told in debates that Mavis was already out of date and too expensive. A better approach might be to look at cheaper, less specialist home computers. Going to the highest levels of power of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, it was decided that the government's preferred approach was to aid the development of special interface switches for off-the-shelf personal computers, which did happen. Julia Schofield's 1981 book, Microcomputer-Based Aids for the Disabled, concluded, "With technology that is changing very fast, it is difficult to predict the future, except to say that it is probably brighter than it has ever been, provided that the correct beginnings are made now." This really means a vast and factual information and education programme being carried out to ensure that decision makers are in full possession of the facts, and that disabled people and their parents know and are realistic about the techniques and skills that are needed. In fact, that people generally become less in awe of computers. We are going to see a time in the not too distant future where leisure plays a far greater part in life than it has ever done, with people working far fewer hours, possibly from home. For the disabled person, working from home would be a great advantage, but it is now that leisure and the improvement of life need to be looked at carefully. It is no good having disabled people working if they are then totally cut off from the world outside and have nothing else to do.
I absolutely love that presentation, and really all of the presentations that Barry gives in terms of history at GaConf, because so many of the things that he is able to bring to light and show us really do get lost to history. You know, they are things that even working in accessibility and trying to be as knowledgeable on gaming accessibility in particular as I can, he just finds these things and shows that, first off, accessibility and technology and gaming has been around since literally the beginning. And it's a journey that we continue to advance and push forward. It's, just, I don't know, it's always an awe. And of course, the mic drop moment at the end of, what good is helping people be able to work if they still can't engage in the larger society. There's a true mic drop there at the end. And of course, I want to say that everyone, as always, loves listening to Barry's voice. I was seeing definitely so many comments in chat about how he has that podcast voice that, maybe he needs his own radio show. Maybe make this into an audiobook one day, right? Where we were all engaged and ready to hear more. So with that, we're going to be taking a short, about 5-minute break, and then we are going to be back with Mental Map and the Mind's Eye Gaming with Aphantasia. So thank you guys so much, and please enjoy your quick break. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back, everyone. So I'm very excited about this next talk because if you're like me, aphantasia isn't something that you know a lot about. So in our next talk, we have a speaker, Laura Kate Dale, and she is an autistic gamer with aphantasia, a condition where a person lacks a visual memory. And this talk, Laura will cover a number of areas of game design that can cause problems for gamers with aphantasia, various solutions that can help make games more accessible, as well as games that are doing things well or poorly in this regard. Additionally, Laura will discuss the ways in which accessibility support for gamers with aphantasia largely serve to benefit a wide range of gamers outside of the group with this specific condition. And with that, I'm very excited to kick off Laura's talk.
Hello, and welcome to Mental Maps and the Mind's Eye, gaming with aphantasia. So, we'll start off this talk with, who am I? Well, my name is Laura Kate Dale. I'm a full-time video game critic and a published author. I've written a few books, some about disability stuff, some about video games. I've got a book called Uncomfortable Labels that's about being an autistic trans woman, and on the other end, I've got a book called Things I Learned from Mario's Butt that is all about video game character buttocks. I'm an autistic trans woman, and among a couple of other conditions, I have aphantasia. I host a weekly video game series on YouTube called Accessibility that's all about accessibility and representation in the games industry. And I've done some consulting work with game developers in the past with regards to LGBT and disability representation. Aphantasia is the lack of a visual imagination, or what a lot of people call the mind's eye. I lack the ability to visually picture things in my head. I just don't have a visual imagination. Aphantasia is a condition that people can be born with or develop later in life. Growing up, I always assumed that the idea of having a visual imagination was something that people exaggerated or didn't mean to be taken literally. If I were to say to many of you now, imagine a red truck, imagine your house, imagine a beach, I always sort of assumed that people were asking me to conceptualize what I knew about those concepts, or to describe a hypothetical platonic ideal of those concepts. Like, I would always sort of just think words about the attributes that those images must have. I would remember facts about the hypothetical that I know must be true. I didn't think I was actually meant to be seeing something pretend in my head as an image that didn't exist. About 1% of the global population have aphantasia. Some people have absolutely no visual imagination, whereas some people have a limited visual imagination. There's a spectrum of ways that this can be experienced, but for me, I have no visual imagination when I am awake. Having aphantasia doesn't mean that I can't dream. When I'm asleep, when I'm unconscious, my brain apparently knows how to make visual images and present them in my head, but when I am awake, that ability just doesn't exist. My brain doesn't know how to voluntarily bring up a mental image. When it comes to gaming with aphantasia, the things that people are going to find difficult will vary depending on what kind of coping mechanisms over the years they found to adapt to the condition. So, for this talk, I'm largely going to focus on my own experiences lacking a visual imagination, and the things that I personally find difficult and the things that help me. In video games with big sprawling maps containing lots of winding paths and roads, I often really struggle to mentally picture a route from where I am to where I'm going. Taking my current location and extrapolating it and holding in my head a route to where I'm going is really difficult to do when you don't have a visual imagination to picture those visual steps. If I've made a journey a lot of times before, I can often retread that journey reflexively using muscle memory. you know, once I've played a certain video game for a while, I can usually retread a route I have made before, but I will always take the same route because picturing how a different route might connect up to my existing route is very difficult, if not impossible. The issue is mainly that I can't picture new routes upfront ahead of time. If the video game that I'm playing offers a pause menu map, then I can reference that map and see a route to my destination, but often, within a few seconds of having to close that map and go back to the game, I'm back to being lost. Once I'm not actively looking at the map, I struggle to create a mental picture of what I was just looking at, or how far along that route I am. You can provide me a map and that will be helpful, but if I have to put it away to make the journey, I'm just going to have to open it multiple times along my route. It's going to take me forever to navigate your world. Usually in games with these kind of static pause screen only maps, I kind of have to deal with this by looking at the map and telling myself the next few verbal instructions and trying to recall those. I can't visualize the route, but for me, I can remember instructions like left, left, skip a turn, right, more effectively than I could try and remember what the map looked like. Video games with mini-maps, objective markers, and placeable map pins really help in this regard, as I can reference them every few seconds if needed to see where I need to head next, rather than needing to recall visual information that I'm not currently looking at. A great example of a recent open-world video game I found easy to navigate was 2020's Yakuza Like a Dragon, which allowed me to pop down a marker on the map of where I would like to go. The game then overlaid a route onto the map. It sort of drew the line connecting where I was and where I needed to go, and then presented that line on a mini-map that was available on screen while I played. I could make the journey while referencing this mini-map and seeing exactly which turns I needed to take in the short term, without needing to try and guess at the route and remember the whole picture at once. I could just get the game to draw a line of where I needed to go, and allow me to check it as I was moving as I reached each turning. One of my favourite games from 2020 that I struggled to play due to aphantasia and needed to find some outside assistance with is a game called Among Us, where it's a hidden role game. Some players are murderers, other players are trying to complete tasks, and every now and then you have a big interrogation and everyone tries to work out who's lying about what they've been doing and who's been doing murders. A key part of the interrogation step in Among Us is being able to describe your precise actions during gameplay to assert your innocence to other players. I typically need to play Among Us with a map available to me on a separate screen, because for some reason, when you're in the interrogation step and trying to explain to people what you were doing and where you were going, the game does not allow you to pull up an in-game map and to look at what the locations are called and how they fit next to each other. For me, having a visual reference point makes it so much easier to describe my route and what I was doing. I struggle to hold that information in my head, but as soon as you put a map in front of me, I can piece it together. I can go, oh yes, I went to that location, then that, and I can build a route to describe to someone. Another game from 2020 that I really loved, but I really struggled to play because my aphantasia made it near impossible to play without crowdsourced help, was a game called Carrion. It's a game in which you play a giant meat tentacle monster trying to violently escape from a scientific facility. I loved the plot, and I loved the moment-to-moment gameplay. However, the game contained no kind of map whatsoever, and only very vague objective markers, which could tell you the direction of an objective as the crow flies, but not how to get there through the game's winding and complex map. What made Carrion really difficult for me to play with aphantasia was that I wasn't ever going through an area enough times to build up any kind of reflex on my journey, and the map was incredibly non-linear. There were also frequent teleportation spots that would jump the player around the facility. Even when I realised that an old area and a new area connected to each other, I couldn't build any kind of mental picture of how the two areas connected. I just had no ability to put that information together in my head. Without seeing any kind of overview of the picture as a whole of what the location was, I couldn't imagine how areas connected together, and I frequently found myself just completely at a loss as to how to get through this game's environment. I ended up having to find a crowdsourced map made online by fans, and while I managed to get through the game and I enjoyed it, having just a mini-map or a map that uncovered as I went through the game would have been incredibly helpful. I understand that the developers probably had some kind of logic that was something like, this is a big meat tentacle monster that's just escaped a lab. It probably isn't going to stop and carefully assess a map. That's probably not the kind of creature it is. But that doesn't change the fact that this game that I really enjoyed, that was very much my jam, was near unplayable for me without crowdsourced help, and even then it was a bit of a stretch. So, I've largely used this talk so far to talk about creating and navigating maps in games with aphantasia, but there are several other areas of games that I find difficult with aphantasia that I think could definitely be helped by small tweaks from developers as well. While I absolutely love detective mystery visual novel style games such as Ace Attorney and Danganronpa, one aspect of them that I often struggle with in the moment is remembering and visualising any clues that were delivered primarily visually. If I'm expected to remember what a crime scene looked like, I struggle to imagine the image of the scene, which can cause issues. I appreciate when games in these kinds of genres give me, as the player, the ability to, midway through the case, check all of my evidence at my leisure. Ideally, if they provide me photos of the crime scene I can look back at again, that tends to be really helpful. Additionally, while I know some players of these games find flashbacks or lengthy verbal descriptions of things that the player can simply see in the scene kind of irritating, I find them really useful. Any chance to either look at the visual information again or to memorize someone's words about an event make it much easier for me to find the answers the game is looking for. Also, games, please give me a glossary of people's names and faces that I can check at any time. If you mention a name, let me bring up a picture of their face so I can see who you're talking about. So many times in games, I find myself having to Google characters during conversations only to instantly recognize them. I couldn't picture their face while you were discussing them, but if you let me see their face, I'll click who you're on about. Additionally, if your game contains puzzles where the solution is an image located elsewhere in the game, make sure you support the player taking screenshots in your software. I know it's not a super common problem, but some Switch games don't allow for screenshot captures, and when those games also have puzzles where you need to remember and later imagine something that you saw, I'm just gonna get stuck and have to go and find paper to draw things out myself. Lastly, I find it really useful when games allow me as a player to back out of actions if I realise I've not correctly visualised my position within a scene. Ikenfeld is an indie RPG about solving a mystery at a magic school where every character and each of their attacks have a set range of effectiveness around them. The game allows me to place my character, select an attack, and then see the area the attack will hit. If I've positioned myself incorrectly on the map because I haven't visualised properly where the attack's going to hit, I can back out of the attack, reposition my character with no penalty, and try again. I don't need to imagine the move's effective range, it's laid out for me, and I'm not penalised for going, oh, I put myself in the wrong spot, let's fix that. So, what can game developers do to help? Honestly, the solutions that would help me to game with aphantasia are pretty simple. Provide maps which the player doesn't need to pause to reference, so that the player isn't having to look at the map, remember it, visually imagine it, and then act upon it. Let players revisit visual information that they need to remember details from. Let me pull up information that is important that you showed me and look at it again if I can't remember or picture what it looks like. Let players back out of their actions if they've positioned themselves incorrectly in gameplay and need to retry what they're doing. Don't lock people into position when they're trying to work out whether something's going to hit correctly or not. Have a glossary of names and faces that's available at all times that players can just pull up and have a look at. Make sure players have the option to take screenshots easily, so that if there's something that you're showing them and they need to remember what it looks like, they can pull that up. They don't have to remember it or go find pen and paper to write it down. They can just pull that information back up. Lastly, game developers realize that a lot of these things that would help me as a gamer with aphantasia would be seen by most of your audience as just good quality of life changes. Most of these things don't necessarily, have to come across as accessibility features and, are not here just for disabled players like myself. Helpful mini-maps, the ability to check things you've forgotten, the ability to check screenshots and re-reference are going to be helpful for a lot of players, not just the ones like me who have no visual imagination. These are generally useful features that you should really be thinking about in games. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you very much for watching this talk. I can be found at Laura K. Buzz on Twitter, YouTube, and other social media. My email, if you want to get in touch, is laurakbuzzofficial@gmail.com. I produce videos about accessibility in gaming in a series called Accessibility, which is uploaded to youtube.com/laurakbuzz every Friday. And I've written some books about my own lived experiences, including living at the intersection of being trans and autistic, which is called Uncomfortable Labels, and it's out now. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a good rest of this conference.
Of course, everyone in chat was absolutely loving your talk, Laura. Thank you so much. Also, not only was everyone super excited about your talk, everyone is super excited about butts. So if you could drop a link in chat about where to get your butt book, that would be great. And I'm just honestly, I never thought I'd get to say butt so many times at the Game Accessibility Conference. So I'm just trying to use it as many times as I can. But really, there are so many things that came out of that talk. I mean, everyone seemed to definitely be into the idea of the name and face glossary. For me, I am very good with picturing people's faces, but I am terrible with names. And so what frequently happens to me in games is, a character will mention someone that's off screen. I'm like, oh, was that this person? Was that this person? Wait, no, that was this person's person, da 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 da, right? And so having that glossary would totally be helpful for someone like me. And the screen capping, that is a great example. There are so many puzzles. I remember even just recently, I was replaying, a PlayStation 1 game, and I knew there was a puzzle I was going to have to solve, but I really struggled to remember the order because it was kind of math-based. And I couldn't do that. And so I literally just got out my phone and took a picture of the screen because I couldn't screen cap. But I think the big takeaway, especially from the number of people who are in the Discord who connected here, was that solving for this case of aphantasia will extend to so many people. And it's just another example, solve for one and expand to many. With that, we're going to be taking a just under 10-minute break. We will be back at 3:05 for our next mini talk, Gaming for Good, Exploring the Barriers Faced by Disabled People. So I will see you guys on the other side of the break. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your short break. Now we're going into our next session, Gaming for Good, Exploring the Barriers Faced by Disabled People. Scope recently did a survey where they investigated the behaviors, motivations, and barriers faced by disabled gamers. In this session, Emily Gordon and Molly White will discuss all of their key findings and a little bit of information. And with that, I will kick it off.
Hi there, and welcome to our talk about gaming for good and exploring the barriers faced by disabled people. My name's Molly, I'm the public fundraising lead at Scope, and this is my colleague Emily.
Hi there, I'm Emily, I'm the senior public fundraiser.
So before we get stuck into the findings of our research into gaming, we'll just give you a brief introduction to Scope. So we are the biggest pan-disability organisation in the UK, and we provide advice and support for disabled people and their families through our helpline, our online community and our face-to-face services. And we also do a lot of campaigns work and policy work to help create a fairer society. So we'll just show you a really quick video so you can get a bit more of a feel of who we are and what we stand for.
When we talk about the fight for equality, who do you think of? The rebels, the freedom fighters, revolutionaries, free thinkers. They fought to make our society more equal, more fair, more democratic. They refused to be invisible, would not go unheard, and stood beside those who could not win alone. Each generation adds a voice to the strength of the movement, ensuring that it lives on. But inequality remains across society, across generations, across the world. 1 in 5 of us in the UK is disabled. 14 million people facing prejudice and negative attitudes every single day. If we join our voices together, we can change this. We can all lead the life that we choose, free from discrimination. Every one of us can make a difference. Will you be counted with us, like those who fought before? Be a disability game changer. Join the campaign today. Together, we can end this inequality.
So hopefully that gave a bit more information just about who we are as an organisation. And we also wanted to talk a little bit about the social model of disability. So there are a few different models, and Scope subscribes to the social model. So in brief, we believe that people are disabled by barriers in their society rather than their impairment or condition. And to sort of explain this a little better, in the physical world, this can be really obvious, sort of by not having a wheelchair ramp outside a building that stops a wheelchair user from getting in, or in the digital world, it can be sort of websites not being easy to navigate, or games not having appropriate color contrast on their subtitles. And so how does this sort of impact disabled people and their choices? So our colleagues in the Big Hack team at Scope are the experts in digital accessibility, and their recent research showed that 80% of disabled consumers will spend their money where they face the least access barriers, and 71% of disabled customers will actually click away from a website that they find difficult to use, which is unsurprising, but it is really costing businesses, and they're losing out on what we call the purple pound, which is essentially the spending power of disabled people, and the click away pound, which is relating to the 71% of disabled customers who click away from websites, was actually valued at £17.1 billion in 2019, which is obviously a really vast figure that companies are missing out on.
So what has all of that got to do with gaming? So in the wake of the pandemic, we have had to move away from more traditional forms of fundraising like events. All our events were cancelled, our face-to-face fundraising activity was paused, and all of our shops had been shut for most of the year. So we've been exploring new forms of digital fundraising, and fundraising through gaming, or gaming for good as it's known in the charity sector, has been on the rise for a couple of years. And our kind of initial investigation showed that there was a bit of a connection to our cause, because gaming is often seen as a more accessible hobby compared to things like sports, for example. And we'd certainly seen an increase in media coverage around gaming and accessibility. There seemed to be quite a lot of hype around that. So we did a bit of desk research, and we sort of realised quite quickly that we knew relatively little about gaming or gamers. So we set out to learn more about this audience and really sort of gather some useful insight on whether there was a need there, and whether there was a connection to Scope, and whether we can fundraise through gaming. So our research objectives were to learn more about who games, how they game and why they game, to understand more about the experiences of disabled gamers specifically, and, you know, are there any barriers or frustrations? What does disabled gamers care most about? And how are they using adaptive tech, and whether or not that's working for them? So to give a bit more context, we're kind of coming at this with two objectives. So the short-term objective is to build a fundraising event or activity around our audience of disabled gamers, but we also have a longer term objective to have a positive impact with and for disabled gamers. And at the moment it's kind of open as to what that will look like, and this survey kind of represents the start of unpicking that. So a bit about the survey itself. So prior to conducting the survey, we did a lot of desk research, but we weren't really able to find very much that really helped to meet all of those objectives. So we decided to conduct our own survey, and it directly compares the responses from disabled and non-disabled gamers, which we couldn't find much of out there. And that will help really identify any major differences in behaviour and motivation and people's experiences. So the survey consists of 5 main sections. So firstly, the demographic section, which is all the kind of standard stuff, age, gender, location, and so on. But there's also some questions around employment and whether that's been affected by COVID, and also some detail around people's impairment or condition. Next, we ask about behaviours and motivations. So how often are people gaming, what platforms they use, whether they play alone or with friends or with people they met online. What people like and dislike about gaming. Then we ask about live streaming, so how often people are watching, whether they stream themselves, what platforms they engage with, and whether they donate to content creators or not. We ask a bit about charitable behaviour, so what causes people are supporting, whether they engage with charities and how that works or has worked for them in the past. And really there we're just kind of trying to gauge people's propensity to fundraise for us. And then finally, there's a section on accessibility and representation, which we'll go into a bit more detail on. So of our 1,500 respondents, 1,043 considered themselves disabled or have told us that they have an impairment or condition. So this section of the survey obviously only went to those respondents, and Emily's going to share some of the key findings with us now.
So one of the first questions that we wanted to ask our disabled respondents was what poses a barrier or issue to you gaming, and this is really so we can understand sort of the scale of the problem, if that exists at all. And our results found that actually 2/3 of gamers with an impairment or condition reported facing a barrier or issue when gaming. The most common barrier reported was the affordability or the suitability of assistive or adaptive tech, with 30% of respondents reporting that. But our research also found that there were some other issues sort of relating to the knowledge and or the time required to set up assistive tech, with 23% of respondents reporting that. The limitations on the choice or availability of suitable assistive tech, reported by 22% respondents, and then the inaccessibility of consoles or inaccessibility of games, with 18 and 17% reporting that respectively. So it's obviously quite a large figure of gamers who are sort of facing barriers when they're attempting to game. And we wanted to dig a little bit deeper to understand what, if any, assistive or adaptive technology disabled gamers are using to combat some of those barriers or issues relating to gaming. And respondents most frequently used accessibility features built into games. So 70% of our respondents reported using those features. And this finding highlights a really great opportunity for games developers and producers to incorporate inclusive design and consider disabled gamers at the very point of development. Having said that, we do recognise that obviously hardware solutions and software solutions are also widely used, with 57 and 51% of respondents also using those. So clearly all three are quite important, and the relationship between them is also important to consider. And this is obviously just a top line summary, but we have lots more detail on sort of the specific types of technology that people are using, and we can go into a more granular level in relation to sort of the impairment or condition as well, which is all available in our full research report. And we also wanted to find out a bit more about whether the information on accessibility has affected the purchasing decisions of disabled gamers. So we asked, in the last 12 months, has the lack of information on the accessibility of a game affected your decision to purchase it? And only 35% of our respondents reported that there hasn't been a lack of information that's affected their decision, which is quite a low number. 21% of respondents reported no, and they decided to purchase the game anyway, but 51%, so just over half of our respondents, reported yes, and that the level of information had impacted their purchasing decision. And if we look into that figure a little bit more, 9% reported saying that they had purchased a game specifically due to a good level of information on accessibility. But contrasting that, only 42% reported that they hadn't purchased the game because of the lack of information on accessibility. So it's quite a sizable audience here who developers are missing out on with sort of a relatively easy fix. And then on the back of this question, we also asked, in the last 12 months, have you purchased a game that you haven't been able to play due to poor accessibility? And once again, nearly half of our disabled respondents reported purchasing a game that they haven't been able to play due to poor accessibility, which is a really vast figure. And when we asked them if they could return the game afterwards, only 14% reported being unable to. This equates to 1 in 7 gamers with accessibility requirements losing money as a result of inaccessible games. And when we link this back to some of our research that we did in 2019, we found that disabled people face on average extra costs of £583 a month. And these extra costs mean that disabled people generally have less money in their pocket than non-disabled people. And when they then decide to spend their money on a gaming product and they're not able to use it, this highlights a real problem and quite a large injustice. And interestingly, younger gamers aged 18 to 35 are much more likely to have purchased the game that they haven't been able to play due to poor accessibility. And this is really significant when we consider that young people are some of the biggest consumers of games and technology, and typically they have less disposable income as well.
Okay, so we asked our respondents what are the top changes that they'd like to see implemented in the industry, and 31% of disabled gamers said that they'd like to see a commitment from gaming platforms to tackle negative attitudes and bullying online. And so we kind of recognise that this issue obviously spans far wider than just disabled gamers, and that lots of players will kind of experience negative comments and abuse in games. However, this finding does correlate with another finding from our survey that 2 in 5 disabled gamers have experienced bullying or negative attitudes from other gamers, specifically relating to their disability, impairment or condition. So, you know, respondents also reported that this impacts how much they play and the enjoyment that they get from gaming. So it's something that does kind of need to be addressed. Then looking at other priorities for gamers, so the next top ones were that more accurate and more frequent representation of disabled people or characters within games. So 25% of people said they wanted more accurate and 23% said they wanted more frequent representation of disabled characters. And that kind of links in with some recent research from Newzoo into diversity and inclusion more generally, where they reported that 47% of UK respondents expressed that it is important for the games they play to have diverse characters, and that was particularly present among disabled gamers. So this kind of move towards more diversity and inclusion on our screens and in our games is something that we need to kind of act on, and it's clearly important for disabled players. And then other changes that people wanted to see. So 20% of people said that more affordable assistive tech options would be beneficial. 17% said that they would like better information on accessibility before purchase. 17% said they didn't want to see any change. And 16% said that a wider range of assistive tech options would help them. So that's kind of the end of the insight section of our talk, and we hope that you found it useful. So we'd really love to hear some feedback from people, and anyone who's interested in finding out more about our research or working with us, we'd really love to hear from you. There's partnership opportunities to work with Scope, both on our fundraising event and on our longer term plans to have that positive impact with and for disabled gamers. So there's obviously a lot left to do, and while there's some fantastic work happening across the industry, and I'm sure we'll hear more from everyone else speaking at the conference, it does feel like there is still work to do, and Scope would really like to be a part of that. So if you'd like more information or the full research report, you can go to the URL shown here. So that's bighack.org/gaming-for-good. Or you can email us at gaming@scope.org.uk, and we'll get back to you. Thanks very much.
At the end there, the question was asked, we hope you find this useful. Please, is this going to be useful to you? And I think everyone can say yes, literally in chat, saying this data is very useful indeed. Again, thanks for the research. It will be really useful. All the data all the time. No, thank you so much for getting all of that information together, getting all of that data together and presenting it. And I also want to say, can we talk about the video at the very beginning? That video was awesome. It got me very, very pumped. Like, I'm ready to start an accessibility riot after seeing that happen. Like, whew, like I'm recharged. Like, I was crashing a little bit because it's 7:22 a.m. here, and then I saw that video and I'm back in. I'm ready again. But again, there were so many key points. I don't even know how to highlight them all. There was so much data. I mean, obviously finding out that making sure people have information on a game makes a difference on if they're going to buy it. And, talking about that one of the number one things that disabled gamers were asking for was for people to tackle the negative attitudes around disability or the bullying that people face in, the space. Because no one wants to go into a game and be made fun of or made to feel like they don't belong. And even if you have an accessible game, if the community makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there, are you going to want to play? So a great insight, a great learning. Again, thank you so much for that. I feel like this and Mark's talk are going to be heavily screenshotted once they are on YouTube because of all the info that was within them. With that, we're going to take another short break. We'll be back in about 7 minutes for our last micro talk of the day. Big Brain Plays Gaming with Cognitive Differences. See you then. Hello, and welcome back for our last micro talk of the day. So I know that they were a little nervous in chat, but look, it's getting ready to happen. You can't stop it, Stacy. So Stacy Jenkins is a disabled content creator and passionate advocate for accessibility in gaming. Their talk will shine a light on what it's like to be a gamer with cognitive difficulties and how some of their favorite games have provided the tools to break down those barriers. Enjoy.
Hi everybody, welcome to Big Brain Plays Gaming with Cognitive Differences. My name's Stacey Jenkins, I'm a disabled streamer and content creator. During the day I work as a commercial analyst at Sega Europe, where I also head up their disability employee network, and in my free time I'm a content creator, games accessibility reviewer and consultant. So I've spent the last 7 or 8 years or so building a place for disabled content creators like myself on Twitch, speaking at conventions, leading panels on diversity, inclusion and accessibility. I'm also a certified accessible player experiences practitioner thanks to Able Gamers, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how I game personally as someone with a disability and specifically as someone that has cognitive issues. So I wasn't always disabled. I lived a very, very active lifestyle before I was hit with fibromyalgia about 7 or 8 years ago. Fibromyalgia is a chronic pain condition, so that affects my whole body 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Some days are better than others. It can definitely fluctuate depending on how hard I've pushed myself, what the weather is like, whether I've made an offering to the disability gods that day. And the days where the pain is so bad that I can't even support my own spine to sit upright in a chair like I'm doing now, I tend to spend curled up in a blanket playing video games. But I soon realised that I couldn't play video games like I used to. I actually started streaming on Twitch after I lost the ability to work full time. I was constantly tired, the pain was debilitating, but being able to stream whenever I wanted, for however long I wanted, and not only make a little bit of money and get some kind of financial independence, it was also that desperately needed social space for me when I was frankly super isolated. So being in constant pain can not only have a very physical impact on my ability to play games, for me it's things like not being able to grip a controller properly. It can also fry your brain and make it extremely difficult to complete tasks that require any kind of brain power, which in a lot of video games is a lot of them. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about today, what it's like to play video games as someone with cognitive barriers and what we can do for those players to remove those barriers and to keep them playing our games. So, cognitive disabilities can include things like autism, ADHD, dementia, dyslexia, to name a few, but more generally, anyone can actually have a cognitive impairment. So that might be related to another disability, like it is for me. It might be a temporary or situational disability. And you might recognize this nice little infographic from Microsoft's Inclusive Design Toolkit, which you should definitely check out if you haven't. So cognitive impairments can affect things like memory, concentration, communication, processing, and problem solving. And cognitive accessibility isn't always the first thing that comes to our minds when we talk about accessibility. It can be a kind of invisible problem. Sometimes it feels a little less tangible than other areas of accessibility. And it wasn't really something that I knew about until I realized that I needed it. So being able to, connect with other disabled streamers online and sharing our experiences, and eventually coming along to GaConf in London and hearing from so many incredible speakers made me realise that there was actually a term for the kind of accessibility that I needed, and it was something that developers were actively working on, and it was something that could drastically improve my quality of life. And when the pain first got bad, the game that I turned to was Hearthstone. So I'd always wanted to learn a card game, but I always struggled with remembering the keywords, what things did, the order that I was meant to do things in, but Hearthstone had it all there in front of me, and all I had to do was hover over something to remind myself. And that game came at a time when the pain was really bad, it was very distracting, And being able to play a slower paced strategy game that didn't require me to have decent reflexes or remember too much was just the perfect fit for me. So this leads me nicely onto the first of the key areas that I want to talk to you about that can really help players with cognitive barriers enjoy your games. Reminders. So brain fog is exhausting and it's often difficult to remember anything. So having reminders in game to help me along really goes a long way. Things like quest tracking and logs are really helpful. So the recent Assassin's Creed games do this really well. They have objective reminders on screen at all times. So I don't end up getting distracted by chasing an animal that I want to pet and forgetting what I was actually meant to be doing. Another thing to keep in mind is also try and make your menu text readable on a standard sized TV from 6 feet away, and to playtest using this setup if possible. So when I'm streaming, I'm playing on a gaming monitor right in front of me. So mostly the menu text looks great, but when I retreat to the sofa at the end of the day to go full goblin mode, the text is often far too small for me to read from the sofa, and that's for someone with full vision. So we're starting now to see text resizing and stuff, which is fantastic, but quite often it will just be for the subtitles. Sometimes it will be for some of the text we see on screen, but quite rarely is the menu text itself resizable. So this example here, this is Hitman 3, which got its hooks into me recently. And as someone with memory issues, I absolutely loved that they have this whole intel menu, which logs anything important that I might hear or come across, so I can go back to it and remind myself of a key bit of information. But I do often have to get my husband to read it out loud for me because it's really tricky for me to read, and the focus and the effort that it takes to try and make out those tiny words is really exhausting. Control reminders are also really fantastic, especially in games that are quite complex and have a lot of different mechanics and systems to remember. So this example is from Watch Dogs Legion, which is super awesome. In this game, the control reminders pop up on screen whenever you engage in that activity. So when you get in a car or you're about to start hacking, the control reminders pop up for that particular activity, reminds you what buttons you need to press to get going. Another big thing for me is onboarding. So having a really thorough tutorial that teaches the concepts one by one is absolutely key in helping all players play your game, but especially for those of us that have some cognitive barriers. We might need more time and more practice to grasp the key concepts, so having a replayable tutorial can be really helpful, as can having an actual practice mode where players can experiment and give it a go without the threat of failure. So the Hitman games have a really thorough tutorial that can be accessed and replayed at any time, as does Cyberpunk 2077. So this is useful not only for players with cognitive difficulties, but also players that have been away from the game for some time and need a refresher because they got distracted with another game and now 6 months have passed since they last played. Totally calling myself out here. So entire practice modes are also really useful, particularly when it comes to multiplayer games. So being able to play against AI and try out different characters, different weapons, different moves. So these two examples are from Overwatch and Bleeding Edge, which have really great examples of this. Next up is wayfinding. My sense of direction and ability to remember where I've been is pretty much non-existent in video games. So without a good map, markers and other kinds of navigation assistance, I will get lost pretty much constantly. So a clear map is really important. So we want to be able to see all the important information, but also not be too overwhelmed by it. So there's definitely a fine balance there. Color and contrast are super important, not just for cognitive disabilities, but for players with low vision as well. So we need to make sure that those icons on the map are readable, they don't blend into the background, players can pick them out. It's always really useful to have a legend explaining what those icons are, but to also have a filter as well. So players can reduce the amount of clutter that they see on screen and pick out the thing that they are looking for. This example is from one of my favorite games of all time. This is Sunset Overdrive, where they have a legend and you can select which of the markers that you want to see on your map, which is really great. So on-screen markers and mini-maps are also really useful, as long as those markers are actually big enough to see and make out from the environment. We're now also starting to see games that let us scale up the size of these markers and other aspects of the UI, which is fantastic. I'd definitely love to see more of. This example is from Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which I'm about 200 hours in at the moment. So they allow you to size up their markers. They've also got beacons, so it's really easy to find your way around. So navigation assistance, so things like beacons, arrows, and trails that you can follow that indicate the route you need to take are amazing. And giving the player the ability to trigger these means that we can use it if we need to, and players that prefer to explore and find their own way have the option to do that too. So The Last of Us 2 had a perfect example of this. It was such a simple indicator, just a big white arrow telling you where you need to go, but it was super effective and something I made use of really regularly. Another thing that really helps me is having multiple sensory cues. So although I'm not deaf or hard of hearing, having captions on when I'm playing really helps me understand and process the dialogue because I'm seeing it and I'm hearing it at the same time. It's also really helpful for me to have speaker names because this helps me understand who's speaking, it gives me more information, so I'm less likely to get confused about what the heck is going on. So this is just one example where there's a lot of crossover with between players with different kinds of barriers. So, you know, design for one and solve for many, as we like to say. And this example is from Cyberpunk, which has speaker names, different colors. It's really easy to figure out who's speaking and follow what's going on, which is really important in a game like Cyberpunk, where there's a lot of story and a lot of info. So this is also something that I didn't realize I needed in puzzle games too. So despite having a very logical brain and a maths degree and working in data, I always really struggled with puzzle games and I never really understood why. And it was only when Immortals Phoenix Rising came out, which is the example here, and they had their puzzle assists, that I realized that I just needed more cues. I just needed more feedback. So the thing that I always had trouble with was not being able to see the result of the action that I was taking. So I might pull a lever over here, but I couldn't pick out the information on the screen that actually told me what that did. So with Phoenix Rising, I could hear an auditory cue that told me I made a thing happen, and there would also be a visual cue, which is the little arrow on screen to tell me where. So it said object spawned and it told me where that was. And that was revolutionary for me. I was so pumped that I could enjoy these puzzles and progress through the game instead of getting stuck and frustrated. Super awesome. And lastly, a brief note about motion sickness, which is something that I suffer with a lot. I know that most people tend to associate motion sickness with just VR, but I assure you there are plenty of us that can get motion sick with regular games too. It's a real talent. There have been countless games that I've been unable to complete because I've wanted to throw up 30 minutes in. As a streamer, I've pushed myself way past my limits just to make sure I had a full-length entertaining stream, and I've had to write off entire days to actually just go and lay down in the dark for about 8 hours afterwards. There's one particular game that would trigger nausea and a terrible migraine every single time, but it was a game that I loved, so I just kept doing it to myself in the hope that it would eventually go away, but it did not. So there are a bunch of different options that players can have a little play around with when it comes to motion sickness. So things such as motion blur, field of view, screen shake, weapon bob, having a persistent center dot. Having these options isn't always a guarantee that players won't get motion sick. So sometimes it can literally just be the way your camera moves in your game and there's not a lot you can do about it. But giving players those options to play around with is super, super helpful. And it can take a game from being completely unplayable for someone to something that they can actually finish. So the Marvel Avengers game that recently came out had a really intense screen shake during the beta that made it really difficult for me to play without getting a headache. But they actually took feedback on board and added the option to turn screen shake off. So that made a world of difference for me. So we've got the original with the screen shake on the left and then screen shake turned off on the right. And that made it playable for me. I was actually able to continue playing, and it was super, super awesome to see that they had taken that feedback on board and they just added an on or off. The Last of Us 2 also had a really good motion sickness menu that players could mess around with a bunch of the settings to figure out what worked for them. So I'd love to see more of this, particularly with first-person games, because they're also a big motion sickness risk for me. And that's it. I never want to stop playing video games. They're frankly a huge part of my life. They're part of my career, but they're also part of my rest and my recovery when my disability has flawed me. They're part of the social life I need when I'm isolated during a rough patch. I hope that my experiences have given you something to think about and reflect on. Hopefully there's something in there you can take away to help make your games even more accessible to players with cognitive barriers. Make sure to involve players with cognitive disabilities in your playtesting. We're here, there are a lot of us, and we have a lot of insight to share with you. So thank you guys for listening. If you want to learn more about cognitive accessibility in particular, I've got a Cognitive Accessibility 101 video on my YouTube channel, as well as a bunch of cognitive accessibility game reviews. CanIPlayThat.com have a really useful cognitive accessibility reference guide if you want to have a look at the basics. And for more detail, I highly recommend GameAccessibilityGuidelines.com, which I'm sure many of you have used already, which has a really great cognitive accessibility section on each page that you can also use for reference. If you want to get in touch with me, you can find me almost everywhere as Stacey of Gotham or Stacey Jenkins, or you can drop me an email at staceyofgotham@gmail.com. So thank you guys so much for listening, and have a fantastic rest of your GA conference.
Thank you so much for that, Stacey. It was amazing. And one of the things that I loved the most was this conversation that was happening in the Discord about, openness and honesty around cognitive challenges that can happen in gaming, and how when people like you get up and you share your story and your needs, it makes it better for everyone. It becomes more normal, and it helps changes the culture around gaming. And I think that was one of the big things I was taking away from chat. The other one, of course, being Ubisoft did a lot of work, and no wonder they won the most dedicated to accessibility award by Can I Play That this last year. And I loved how many of the things that you talked about, again, were overlapping with things that we've already even seen today. Everything you were saying about wayfinding and navigation overlapped with Laura's earlier talk about things that she needed. Of course, talking about multiple cues, which can help so many people. And I absolutely love the idea of, like, yes, one of the biggest issues in games is that text is too damn small. We need to be able to read that text in full goblin mode. Otherwise, it is inaccessible. So yes, absolutely love that. And I love the comments that were happening in chat. Stacey, you said, personally, I'm a fan of customization. Give players the control, to which Cherry responded, this is the most important for cognitive accessibility because the cognitive spectrum is huge. And this is where we see the most conflicting needs within the spectrum. And of course, motion sickness. I have a huge problem with motion sickness. Ian has a huge problem with motion sickness as well. And so we really, really support anyone who's going to talk about motion sickness. It's a challenge. And yeah, I get it both from definitely VR games, but there are other games with a severe weapon bomb that I also really struggle with. And it does, if I try to power through, it will make it worse. And it's not a good thing. So with that, we are going to be taking one of our extended breaks, a half hour. We're going to be coming back at 4:15 p.m. as we get ready for our final segment of the day. And of course, you guys keep chatting, keep it, putting your favorite moments in chat, using the business channels, using the pet channels, keep the conversation going over the break. And of course, be sure to drink some water, stretch your legs, and feel rested. We'll see you when we get back. Hello, and welcome back from the break. A few updates in the Discord. We now have a snacks and beverages channel. And related, we're actually going to end the Game Accessibility Conference now because I've just learned of something called Battenberg cake, which I've never had. So unfortunately, this is it. We're not going to have the other talks because I'm going to go find this marzipan covered cake. Oh, what's this? Oh no, my earpiece is telling me that's not acceptable and we must continue on with the conference. Okay, fine. Now, we've been talking a lot about Ubisoft today and all of the work that they have done. And of course, we can't talk about accessibility and Ubisoft without talking about Watch Dogs Legion, who won Can I Play That's Most Improvement in Accessibility in a Series award, and they were also nominated as part of the Game Awards, and they made a huge push. So in this next talk, we will learn all about the team who helped push Watch Dogs, the brand, to the next level with their accessibility improvements to secure this recognition. Now, kick it off.
Hello, I'm Maxim Horman. Today I would like to talk about how we drove accessibility forward in Watch Dogs Legion. And to start, a few words about myself. I am a senior game designer on Watch Dogs Legion with more than 13 years in game industry, where I worked as a producer, programmer, designer. The more I dug into it, the more I saw the positive impact of accessibility for the project, not only for disabled players, but also how these principles being applied to any aspect of the game can benefit everyone. Our team was really inspired to make our game accessible to as many players as possible. We made it core design principle from the beginning, and as a result, we are proud to have been recognized by the Game Awards as well as Can I Play That, and especially to have received the first 10 out of 10 for the accessibility score Ubisoft ever received from Can I Play That at the time. But we all know that a barrier-free game experience still doesn't exist, unfortunately. It possesses several difficulties for developers, from techniques to processes, and sometimes even lacking expertise or good examples to follow. To humbly contribute to make it easier for other developers, today I'd like to talk a bit about our team setup, our production stories, and give everyone a little peek under the hood for some of our unique features, as well as important lessons from collaborating with users. First, let's take a look at our production process. For Watch Dogs Legion, we had an international team with lead team in Toronto, accessibility team in Montreal, my team, the codev studio in Kyiv, and the QC accessibility team in Bucharest, and several other teams and codev studios who had different involvement throughout the development process. During the production of the game's accessibility features, we used the same process we use for the rest of the game. We did our research about the state of the accessibility market at the time, so there weren't much back then. We worked with the accessibility team to gather best practices and predict what is going to be important when we would release. Then, like with any other feature, we invested time and resources into tools and processes very early to allow for fast iteration on items that we predicted would be fluid during production, like HUD or UI. We made sure that accessibility was part of the design documents, particularly for the most complex features. For example, our project had an internal benchmark not to use fonts smaller than 26 pixels, so this allowed not to extensively use assistive settings like HUD or UI resizing. And finally, we ensured that we were constantly dev testing them. Our game has got some unique missions and set pieces, so we created a plan to test our work in each and every combination possible. Thanks to this preparation phase, we managed to implement around 100 accessibility features and settings, covering all areas of accessibility. Most of them brand new, which weren't in any video game before. For the developers in this audience, you know what I mean. We essentially managed to avoid getting features cut. Even when things like reworking 3CS or reorganizing the HUD could have impacted our features. We used clear documentation, flexible solutions, and a data-driven approach, which allowed for automated import-export of data as the game was evolving. So now let's take a look at one of the features that benefit from the approach, our control remapping. We started our journey in remapping with keyboard remapping implementation. I would advise you to do the same if you do not already have remapping in your game. But the devil is in the details. There is not only generic QWERTY keyboard, there are also quite widespread alternatives, especially in non-English speaking countries like Doric, AZERTY, or something like Colomac. When working on remapping, keep in mind that those layouts can have an impact on players' comfort when using the default control mapping. For example, keys like Q, Y, Z, which usually have default binding in many games, will be placed in different locations, and user will have to move their hand to reach the default mapped key. As we secured this feature and were confident that our approach was good enough, we switched to gamepad customization. You can think about gamepad like a keyboard with less buttons, but this way of thinking about the gamepad created some design challenges for us. First, how to show actions and the buttons they are linked to. As we had this for keyboard, we were confident that we could do the same. However, one of the unexpected issues here was that you shouldn't alter visual representation of the gamepad in game. So instead of having a single generic gamepad, we had to use different visual for each in order to match the exact look of the controller. Another issue was that our style did not fit well for showing combination of controls, since it didn't allow us to nicely represent a control combination when two buttons were pressed at once. Secondly, how can users physically navigate the interface in order to the action and remap them? For example, PC players can use their mouse to simply move the pointer to exact icon. On gamepad, it took us more time to find proper UX flow. So I would suggest to prototype UI first, and then make sure you have room to iterate it a few times. On the left here, you can actually see one of early prototypes, when we tried to fit the gamepad and controls list without great success. Finally, unusable mapping, which would break the game, is not a big deal on PC, but it's for consoles. This is because actions usually do not stack on a single button. PC players, for instance, can just go to the Documents folder and delete the configuration file. But unusual mapping will block a console player from playing the game, and the same trick won't work. The user would have to wipe game data only with saves. To resolve this problem, we implemented conflict resolving and additional rules, like making the pause menu not remappable. The issues we just discussed might be puzzling at the beginning, but they were not the main challenges when developing this feature. All developers want to deliver the most comfortable control mapping possible by default. As a result, We always iterate on it several times over the course of production. Every time it changed, it can have an impact on the design of the remapping screen. For instance, during the whole production, such actions as quick hug, save recruit contact, or emote wheel changed a lot of times. So we decided to take a data-driven approach. The screen was agnostic of any control mapping, like an empty shell. All actions were written down in few data files, which were exported from a single Excel document with a few tables. This way, every time a change was made on the default control mapping, we just had to update a few Excel files, and everything was updated automatically in-game. As our team was able to iterate quickly, it freed up some time at the end of the project to add menu remapping with very little effort, even we had it not planned to offer it at the beginning of the project. Finally, to sum up this section, in addition to the risks and tips I just shared, don't forget the whole UI, including tutorials and hints, should properly reflect changes in mapping. Now, another feature close to my heart was the visualized sound effects, which we call gameplay events captions in the options menu. You may remember this feature from Far Cry New Dawn, and we new players were very happy with this feature. An interesting story is that it was actually a Watchdog feature first. But since we worked together and shared our tips and expertise, you saw it first in Far Cry New Dawn. For those of you who didn't have a chance to see it yet, here is how it looks in action. As you may see here, the player is igniting the car by hacking it and driving it into another car. And when two cars collide, we visually display the sound and the direction it's coming from with an arrow. This is even more important when someone is shooting at you from the back, or an enemy is sneaking behind you with loud footsteps while you are trying to steal the trait allocation. So how do you do it? Step 1. Create a list of sounds. Step 2. Add subtitles for each sound. Step 3. Be impressed on step 1. Step 4. Don't panic. In reality, we had around 8,900 sounds at alpha. Several studios were working on the game around the world, and anyone was able to change sounds for its production needs. So when I started adding subs to each sound on this list, I spent the whole day and got velocity of 5 minutes per sound. They gave us rough estimates of 4 months to implement just this feature. Quite challenging, I would say, so we need something better. After some time of back and forth, we came up with this idea. First, we split the sounds into big logical groups, like ambient, vehicle, or drones. Then we added sub-elements to each group. For example, the vehicle group had sounds on tires, motors, crashes. We used Excel formulas to filter the sounds by groups and subgroups in order to easily add new ones in the future. We identified big group of sounds that wouldn't need visualization, like some very ambient sounds which were not important for gameplay. And we finished by creating the actual text to the remaining sounds. This way, we managed to reduce the time for creating the data needed for this feature, and more importantly, we had tools to be able to update the sounds when required, without being dependent on other team members and blocking their work. Once we had created the data, the next step was to prove it by creating a prototype. At first, we just showed the visualized sounds effect instead of dialogue at the bottom. But the first tester faced a few problems. It was breaking the normal dialogue flow, and there was actually a lot of sounds in the game world. In order not to break the dialog flow, we moved them to the right side of the screen into separate widget. Now they had their own area. And for the amount of sound displayed, we use the following solution. As I said before, we had split the sound into logical groups. Each sound group determines if it's allowed to be displayed in a particular situation, and we also include several other exclusive criteria, like do not show, if you see the location of sound emitter, or if there was already another sound of this type, for example, footsteps. There is no need to show them if you are exploring London or gunfighting. But if you are trying to sneak into a secured zone, the ability to see these footstep sounds will allow you to realize there are guards around the corner, and it may help you save another operative's life. So, when we had the priority system, arrows indicated position, speaker, sound, and no more than 4 lines, we had a chance to meet disabled content creators during Accessible Design Workshop. Their feedback was good, but we still had too much sounds. So we reduced the list of sound in 2 times, from 200 unique subtitles to 110. For example, a lot of ambient sounds are now gone, like fridges, servers, ventilation, and so on. Remember that this feature is not intended to show subtitles for every sound, but rather to assist players who play with no sound at all. So, if you decide to have this feature in your game, think in advance about good pipeline to easily add, remove sounds, and reduce the impact of the main risk, which is the amount of sounds in modern games. And make sure you have good testing plan in place, because there's a lot of data. This feature also helps us to learn a good extra lesson. Do not communicate important gameplay feedback by sound alone, even if you have advanced subs, as we do. And the last feature I want to talk about today is aim lock on. When we started to implement aim lock on, we were not yet confident how this feature should work. At first, we didn't even account for drones or mission objects, and we encountered performance issues at early stage. Here is an example of prototype work during the alpha stage. The prototype had several major problems. It allowed to select targets only to the left or to the right. The vertical axis stick could only be used to adjust target point, and by default we aim at any targets, even behind cover, and few others. We have drones, and they could be up or down. Players could hold high ground. Enemies could stand close to each other, but on different aid. Differently, actually, there is a 3D game in 3D space. So we had to rework the whole feature with a new design. The color pillars for the new 3CS for aim-lock to overcome the issues of old design was: select targets should take into account direction of stick move. The system should check targets by priorities in order of importance order. Target under attack, enemies, drones, vehicles with raised formers, and the last one, quest objects. It should check the target is available for aiming, not behind the wall, not dead, etc. And finally, check targets in central zone of the screen. This was needed to prevent camera rapid movements for 180 degrees if targets are at the opposite sides of the screen. When we polished this design, we also added multiple questions based on user intention. For example, what do user wants to do when they move the stick? Are they just adjusting the target point or selecting a new target, or they just want to move camera? For Watchdog Legion, we used partial solution. We made an assumption that moving the stick left or right was intended to select a target, and moving up and down was intended to adjust the aim point to an NPC head. Which target should be selected first? From the start we had target priorities, but sometimes we had to add unique exceptions. For example, should we prioritize the Albion card with reinforcements, or the drone weak spot, or should we prioritize the object targets that had to be destroyed? We also had to limit the area in which cameras stick to the target. Otherwise, targets which were very far away rotated camera too fast, so it became very difficult for players to keep track of their position in the world. And on top of that, we added the risk to induce motion sickness. And how long should we hold the aiming point over a target? For example, if a target dies or is no longer valid, or hidden behind the wall or cloaked, shall we keep the aim locked on these targets? All these questions need answers. For Watchdog Legion, we decided to keep the target locked for a small amount of time if the target was not visible anymore. So here are our learnings after development. Offers the possibility for users to tweak some settings like area thickness, priorities, exclusions, etc. Mission objects are also valid targets, but they might be non-human nature, doors, vehicles, bars, etc. In open world game, think about performance early. There are hundreds of objects that could be valid of targets. And much more. We spent work of 3 teams 1,014 hours. The features that I have described closely are only a small part of all other features that we implemented for Watchdog Legion. Each of them could be challenging to implement and may require new issues which require to iterate. And some of them may bring issues you may only realize upon release. As a good example of that issue, one reviewer completely missed the option to remap escape key, despite it being very important for him. So make sure that options are easy to find, even in submenus and lists. Now that we've taken a look at some of the core design elements that we focused on to really push the accessibility like never before in the Watch Dogs franchise, I want to drill down on some takeaways. We had several teams involved in making this game as accessible as it today. Creating an inclusive product truly is a team of effort. Because we started to think about accessibility early, we managed to blend into the process. And we use a data-driven approach which allows us to be very flexible when uninevitable changes happen during production. Listen to the community. Remember that community always says, "Nothing about us without us." Involve disabled players in development phase and even read their reviews. By involving our players early, it helped us tremendously for this game and for any other game I'm going to work on in the future. Use any opportunity to show your game and its features. Collaborate with content creators. Involve them in your demos. It really helps us to polish and give the final touch before release. And the real takeaway is to see how these features really matter to our players. Thank you. I'll be available after the session to answer the questions.
I absolutely loved that panel. I think the slides that literally recapped, here's a feature that we worked on, here is the risk about implementing the feature, and here are the tips that you should consider when going to implement the same thing. Clear, succinct, and super informative. And there were so many good things that were highlighted in here, particularly this theme across all of the features that he described about be sure to prototype and then give yourself time to iterate. And in this iteration, try as much as you can to bring in players early to give that feedback. Even with the example of the visualized sound effects slider, it was almost counterintuitive of actually having less sounds was better because it allowed them to focus. And having that feedback from our very own Deaf Gamers TV, former GaConf speaker, allowed that to happen. And again, there's this talk of testing in advance and iteration. And of course, that slide that listed over 100 different accessibility features, absolutely beautiful. You love to see it. And it's great to see a publisher truly embracing nothing about us without us. The team behind Watchdog Legions did an amazing job, and all of the awards that you got were definitely well deserved. Now we're going to be taking our final short break of the day. We'll be coming back in about 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5 till for our last talk, accessible game design, infinite play, and infinite time. See you then. Hello, everyone, and here we are, the final talk at the end of day one. I'm very excited to kick this one off because first off, it's super sweet and it's got probably some of the best guest speakers I've ever seen crash a talk. You'll meet them at the very beginning. One thing that I'm going to call out before we go into the talk, we have learned that in Discord, using the reply feature actually doesn't work very well with screen readers. So if you are replying to someone, if you could also at them so that it works correctly with screen readers, otherwise it's a little confusing, that would be great. And again, I'm so sorry that that feature isn't working correctly with screen readers. So, man, I'm I'm very tired. I'm very excited. This is the last talk, and it is a great one to end on. So, we're going to have Rory Steele giving his talk, Accessible Game Design, Infinite Play, and Infinite Time. Accessibility isn't just about the hardware. It should be built into game design. With 2 young disabled gamers in the house, Rory has seen his daughter struggle to progress in games due to reaction-based timing, while his younger son could benefit from unlosable adventures to build his confidence in the genre. We need to rethink how gaming should be accessible by design.
Okay, hi everybody, and thank you for letting me speak on this topic. We're going to be talking about accessibility by design, and I brought my 2 children along here, and they're both disabled gamers who are keen for different types of games at the moment, aren't you all? Okay, Corbin is into his Super Smash Bros at the moment, aren't you, and a bit of Mario Maker. Ava's a bit more Robloxy and things now, moving on to a bit of anime and things like that going through. So before we go, my name is Rory Steele, and I'm head of Academy at Digital Jersey. I'm also CTO and DPO and a teacher at a local school called Beaulieu Convent School. And if you want to know more about the topics I talk about here, just on Twitter, go to Jersey IT Guy and you'll find more out. So, you know, where is Jersey? We're actually in a very strange place here, aren't we? A tiny little island. And we're off the coast of France, in fact, although we're part of the UK, or technically the British Isles. And there's a little kind of view about where we are, just to give you a picture. So, tiny little island, but we're one of the fastest internet connected places in the world. So our technology is, I believe, at the cutting edge of things. So let's go and have a look. So I remember this game. What do you think about my favourite game when I was a child? You like this? So I've been a gamer all my life, and I've tried to bring that to my children, and we've been trying to game a lot, haven't we? And one of the things that some people in this room don't like doing, maybe me as well, I suppose, is losing in games. Corbin, how do you deal with losing in games? Does you do well, Ava? Oh, Splatoon is hard, isn't it? So you're finding that difficult at the moment, aren't you? And you used to find the other games that we used to play on my PlayStation quite hard as well, didn't you? So we used to play a lot of unlosable games. And the first one, you know, we tried to play was kind of like the Fortnites, but they weren't really that great, were they? You know, the games where you had to fight people and do things. Everyone knows what Fortnite is, and you're desperate to play, aren't you, Corbin? But not quite at the right age yet. Even Ava's not, in my opinion, but there we go. It's a different story for another day. But we found games on the Switch like Breath of the Wild and other games. While there were bits that were quite hard to do, there were bits where you could just roam around, couldn't you, and have fun. And we enjoyed those kind of games. And early on in Ava's career, yes, remember this one? Ava's looking embarrassed now. You've got to come in picture. You've got to show everybody that lovely face about you doing your Minecraft. And this was a Christmas tree challenge we did years and years ago, because you could take your time, couldn't you? And you like Minecraft as well, don't you? Because you can spend a lot of time. There's no time pressure on what goes on. And with that, we moved on to Roblox, didn't you? And you like Roblox still as well, don't you? Again, because of the lack of pressure. Oh, that Nyan cat. Oh, we do know it, yes. Still to this day, that annoys me. Nice choice of glasses, Ava. I'm liking those glasses in there. So, we chose games that were very specific to you, and there weren't many, if we're being honest. And as we go through, Ava's tastes have evolved slightly, haven't they? Moved more onto kind of reaction videos now and the kind of YouTubey things that we do because the limited games. Yeah. We move on to these kind of things because the games are limited. Yeah, it's still that's one of our better ones. Yeah. And, as we go through these things, even Corbin back in the day, I remember that tiara. You pop up in these videos every now and again, don't you? You remember this, the no laughing game, I remember it. So, we've always been avid gamers and that kind of stuff. And one of the things you did win that one, I remember. And one of the things that we always had a problem with those, the controllers, haven't we? And the hardware, it's quite small, quite precise. And your disabilities mean that, fine control is quite hard to do. So controllers have always been a problem, but we've overcome those. And, I think one of the reasons that I'm speaking here today is because of this controller. It was something I did just over a year ago now. And it was just a little project we did at the weekend because you were finding it difficult to play Breath of the Wild. And you, yeah, of course you. So we decided to try and make something to help out. And when we posted it online, it became quite viral. There was about 5 million hits, and you had your fame, didn't you? And you enjoyed it. Ironically, it was actually your idea, though, wasn't it, Corbin, to do it? But Ava swooped in and claimed all the accolades because of that smile that we did. I even had a look at the video a little while ago to remember that it's only a year back. I think you've grown about 5 years since then, I think, teenage girl. And that was us being able to play a little bit more easily Breath of the Wild. And, that was really important for us about the hardware. But, we're going to talk more about the software today than the hardware. But we were able to use that Microsoft adaptive controller and use a little adapter to allow us to talk to the Switch to do that. So you can, hack things apart to make other things accessible. And, it was quite a strange event, really, wasn't it? We got on the TV. Do you remember the TV crew came round? Yeah, I remember that. And the reaction to what we did just to make things more accessible was really important. And I still remember that. It's our 5 minutes of fame there, and everything went through the roof. Now, if I was to look back at how that happened, I thank Bryce Johnson, who was actually the co-inventor of the Xbox Adaptive Controller, really important person, and he was just helping me out, or some kind words, as well as Aaron Smith, who works for Microsoft Education UK and some other disability groups like the Dyslexia Show and the SEND group, Special Education Needs and Disabilities group, and everyone needs a little bit of an influencer to get things out there, and Scott Hanselman was key in just getting things out there. And then it really kicked off when Phil Spencer got behind his team at Microsoft. So, personal joys for me, which I don't think you care about was, while the media stuff was great for you, and, we went across the world, I think, with these things. We got a shout out from George Takei, who's Sulu from Star Trek. Not that you care about that, but I absolutely loved it. Mark Hamill himself, Luke Skywalker, gave it a like, which was what more could I ask for there? And it even got mentioned by royalty in a year's event, and we had to get up super early for Super Punch. Do you remember that? The American gaming show. And, it was a great experience for everybody. And, I also had to use Google Translate a lot to try and help other people out who had similar problems and just point them in the right direction for the equipment that I used. And, accessibility, that hashtag went through the roof on that day than it normally did. So it was great to get that kind of accessibility message out there, and the fact that you can, with very limited budget, make things that are really easy to use. And, change my followership. I've got a lot more American followers now, and hopefully we can help out people to bring in, like my daughter and my son, gaming going forward. And it was really interesting to watch all the tweets go all across the world live at the time, and you were super excited about that, weren't you, when you went through? Ava even did. Remember all the interviews? We got magazines and interviews in different places across the world. And it was great, like I say, to see accessibility really recognized and the importance of it. What was also important was Corbin. That was, we made you one, didn't we? So Ava had her controller, and it was only fair that we got it together and we adapted it for the wheelchair there, and using very limited parts, very inexpensive. It's just the Xbox adaptive controller that makes it all work, to be fair. And you know, it was able, you know, to make these games just that more usable because of the time restrictions, which is what we're really going to talk about now. So, you know, we're going to talk about the need for speed, and I'm going to talk about some other stuff going forward. And, you know, before I go into detail with this, and I'm going to lose my two kids before my leg goes numb here, Corbin, when you're speaking. And, you know, you've had your time here, and I'm going to go into the real nitty gritty of what I think the details are. Ava's shocked that I'm going to boot her out of this instantaneously. But the real issue comes down to the need to speed. All the games that we look at, Corbin and Ava, the reaction times is the big issue, isn't it? Like Corbin absolutely loves Splatoon and Super Mario and Super Smash Bros. But Super Smash Bros. Again and Splatoon requires some quite tricky time-based reactions. And you were a bit the same, weren't you, with some of your games? You really wanted to get into it, but you know, we ended up with kind of Animal Crossing and stuff like that, didn't we? Where we could take our time, but the selection of games that were time-based is vastly superior to those that aren't. And would you like to see a change in games so you could take your time? Would you like that as well? Or even just options where you can actually switch off reaction based and there can be allowances made. It's really important because they love playing the games that their peers play. I mean, you love Splatoon, don't you? You want to play with other people, the ranked battles and everything like that you do. And you'd like to play a few more anime games that do that. Exactly, yeah. And, you know, that, you know, it brought us on to this selection, didn't it? Remember when we were looking at this? Ava's loving anime on Netflix. My Hero Ones, yeah, your favorite, that, isn't it? And when we looked at that, it was basically a beat 'em up that required lots of reaction time, and you know, I don't think it was going to be easy for Ava to play. And Ninon Kuni, I'm probably getting that wrong, but again, yeah, I am. I'm being told, and that again had so many reaction-based things on that, you know, we're reticent to buy it. But we found Steins Gate, which was an interactive novel, didn't we? We had a look at that the other day. And that's just about making decisions to move forward. So zero time implication. And that's really useful for us, isn't it, to have that? And we need to see more games like that. And I will get into the detail of it. So more kind of role-playing games with time unlimited or options to be time unlimited is really where we want to be going. So we're going to have a little, you know, break, and I'm going to talk in more detail about the games. And Ava's shocked because she wants to be part of this. But I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about my honest thoughts about the disability access and where it's going. And yeah, so we'll say bye for now. And there you go, bye. You're going to have to give it a wave and give it your best pout, Ava. You do like to give it there. There we go. And we're going to come back and talk more detail about that instantaneously, as far as you're aware. And there you go. It was lovely to see my kids and their reactions to a lot of what we were talking about. But it's time to get quite serious about the kind of accessibility by design. You know, we've talked about it here, that, you know, the hardware and everything, I think, is coming on. And what isn't is the design of games. I've seen lots of accessibility features. You know, I play Call of Duty and things like that with my friends online, and you see a lot of the features, and you know, there's a lot of good strides being made by the gaming companies to make games more accessible. But it's the range of accessibility that we're talking about here. You know, my son and my daughter, you know, talk quite freely about it now they're not here. Their condition is hereditary spastic plegia, and it's a degenerative disease. So while they're able, and Corbin particularly is able to play a kind of Super Smash Bros. Game at the moment just by mashing the keys, and he's persistent enough that he'll play it 100 times until he wins by pure fluke in some cases. My daughter has lost that ability to even play the kind of most rudimentary of reaction-based games, and her precision is of such that even the controller doesn't help so much. But what she was really great, and we go back to these slides, and I'll talk about them in a bit more depth now that I can be more honest without them being here, is Minecraft, absolutely phenomenal game, and in so many ways, educationally, creatively, but accessibility wise, she had multiple different controllers, still does play it. It's one of her go-to games that she will still go back to, and it's just the amount of time that she can do. It might take her 10 times as long to build something, but she gets the same joy that, when she does a video like this that may have taken her, I think it did take us most of the day to do, that, you saw the joy on her face by doing it. It's there, and it's unlosable. You can get onto survival mode, of course, but creative mode allows her to fly anywhere she wants to go, do things, and it still gives her that accessibility. And she was able to talk about it with her friends. She was able to, participate without her feeling any different. Because with Minecraft, everyone's kind of locked away in themselves. She was too young to go on the servers, and she was producing things that she was really proud of. And gaming doesn't have to be about, that winning all the time. And I don't mean that in some sort of woke way and participation awards. I mean, this creativity, the whole basis of this game is so fundamental to the joy that she got out of it that, I just want to see more of it. And, I think Roblox did, kind of follow suit with her, and while she'd done the creative things and she'd kind of run her course with that, Roblox again added her a much more accessible game, one that she could play with her friends. She could collect those points, and as far as I was concerned, she could actually buy a few as well with some Robux, and that was fine with me, because I knew how long and how much time she was putting into collecting those diamonds, to doing those things. But she was so proud of her house, she really enjoyed it, and she made me sit through so many of these to watch, and tours of these houses every time she changed it. And people were asking me about Roblox, and I didn't have a clue. I'd just send them on to Ava, and Ava would take them through. Even to this day now, with some of my friends and their younger kids, Ava will take them as guided tours around, and people book in time with her. So even though her disability is progressive, she still has these go-tos, these things that she will battle beyond them to succeed, and these are the games I want to see more of. She's put her Switch away a bit at the moment. She was into Animal Crossing, because again, that was a game where collection, just time and effort, and the issue that she had was there just wasn't that many other games. Her favorite game, Roblox, just wasn't on it. And that's another thing for game developers. I know it's very hard, console developers, but there are the need to get these kind of games on board with them, but I think that's a different conversation, so I'll leave that one for now. Because it does make a shame for me. I mean, when we talk about these reaction videos that she does with me, it's because she's losing the choice of the gaming. She loves gaming. She absolutely thoroughly enjoys it, and it's just depressing that she's kind of run out of the games to play, and that's sad for me, because I wouldn't want to play the same game for years on years on years. It's just, that's the nature of gaming, isn't it? You want to move on to the next good thing. But the number of games that come through that are truly accessible without this time constraint, reaction, precision that so much dogs them in their particular disability, and many others, that's what's a worry for me going forward. And while I see games becoming more accessible with their controllers, I want the whole game to be more accessible. It's a very selfish view and probably not profitable, I'll be honest with you, but you know that I've been on here to talk about this kind of stuff, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. You know, when we go through and talk about the hardware, that's actually where I see the positivity. I've mentioned there that when I was playing Call of Duty, I saw all the new accessibility features and other things, you know, with aim controllers being a bit more forgiving and that kind of stuff, you know. But, you know, they couldn't use an aimbot. They'd be banned from the servers, wouldn't they? And, you know, I think you should be able to apply for that to say, you're not monetizing it, you're not doing it, you're not going on Twitch, you're not putting it on YouTube, but an aimbot would significantly help them. But I'm not going to risk them, getting banned from one of their servers and things. So, you know, people need to think a little bit less about how people are going to cheat the game using accessibility, and more about accessibility and the people using those games. So, you know, one of the things that came up when we made the controller was, oh, shouldn't Nintendo have done that? You know, I said, well, no, there's an adapter, so you can use the Xbox adaptive controller for it. Why would you need to? I prefer it if they came up with something else, but there's no point in emulating something that already exists, because, as I said at the time when we were going through that process, kudos to Microsoft, you know, it can't be profitable to make the Xbox controller under £100, $100 even. It just can't be. They can't be the market for it, surely. So, you know, that is truly something that they've decided to do themselves, and, you know, not worry about that profitability, just to, you know, give the accessibility back. So the hardware is getting there. And the hardware you can buy, I mean, it is expensive. It always is for disabled controllers and disabled paraphernalia whatsoever. Anything that connects to my daughters and sons' wheelchairs seems to cost an astronomical amount, as we all know. But at least it exists. You know, you can get for funding, you can apply for stuff. You know that it's out there. People are thinking about it. But game design, you know, it's following the same formulas that seem to make money a lot of the time. And, you know, is it up to the bigger players to make games that are purely more accessible and not necessarily profitable? I know that sounds, you know, whimsical in the future, but, you know, with you know, we talk a lot in business that I have, all the community, CSR things, and companies are willing to give back to the community. And, you know, maybe we need to pressure more gaming manufacturers to do the same. I'm not talking about your indie makers. I'm talking about your big names, and, you know, that giving back to the community. So I'll get off my soapbox a little bit there. But, you know, I would say the hardware is on a stronger trajectory than the software. I think that's my honest opinion about that. And it is this need for speed, this high octane value. And, you know, I've mentioned it a few times, but my son, you know, you saw him pipe up just before. You know, he loves Splatoon. He absolutely loves it. He wants to compete in the ranked battles. He knows the difference between just playing along and that competitiveness. And yeah, he needs help to compete on that level. And it would be offered to him in real life. There would be precision given. And I suppose there is the worry, you know, the gamers, the game developers are thinking, well, you know, if we make it so easy that you only have to shoot in the ballpark of a person to hit them, then it is going to be abused by players just to progress through games more quickly and things like that. But I've always found it a very odd scenario. I think there was a comedian a long time ago that kind of pointed out the kind of issue that I've paid, you know, sometimes up to £60 plus for a game that I don't get access to if I'm bad at it. You know, it's one of those weird things. If I buy a film or rent a film, I get to watch the end of it. You know, that's just what I've paid for. But you don't always with a game. There are games I remember as a child I never finished. And to this day, I want to go back and get some, emulators out there, or try as many as I can just to finish them there. You want to finish your games. And the worry for my children is they won't be able to. That's just, for the vast majority of games, because as the game progresses, so does the difficulty. And that's the issue that I have. And it's a very honest one, and it's one that needs to be addressed. So that need for speed, and reaction based, I get it. I'm one of it. I enjoy playing COD, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting absolutely obliterated by teenage kids, and I'm in my 40s, because they're just better at it, faster at it, and I take that on the chin, because I'm on an equal footing. If I want to put the time in, or able to put the time in, I could. But for my children and for people with disabilities, whether we're talking out the box here about some sort of gaming disability code that you have to apply for, that's attached to your account, we've got to think a little bit better about how we make games more accessible, the mainstream ones, because they don't particularly, while I've said it'd be great to have a range of games, they also want to try and play the games their friends are. They want to join in. They want to play online. I'm a 40-year-old man, and I still like to go on to play Destiny 2 with my friends. And, many of them are, some are lawyers, some are other jobs, and we still enjoy that, playing with our friends. And that's all they want to do. But they need help, and I know that I would play with my son on a game like Destiny, but we wouldn't get anywhere because we require everybody to do their part and based on that reaction. So yeah, there's got to be something in the game, some form of verification to make sure that it's not abused as a facility. Because obviously there's lots of money in e-gaming and stuff like that, but let's not think about that. Let's not let that be the reason for not letting accessibility move forward more quickly. And that's where I come to these kind of RPG games. I'm a diehard for Final Fantasy VII. It was still I think when I was about 20 at the time, something like that, and it's still one of my favorite and most endearing memories of gaming. I've got my classics back in the day, with my Lemmings and the games still there, Commando and Ghosts and Goblins and Gauntlet. I could go out and say loads of games out there, but as a kind of young adult gamer, Final Fantasy was my favorite, and it did take away an element of time. It wasn't as much pressure, but there was some pressure. If you stalled too much, then the game would think you're not taking your turn and it would do something else. But there's no reason why that couldn't have been switched off so that your turn was completely and utterly unlimited. There was absolutely no reason why that couldn't be the case. As an enabled gamer, I wouldn't switch that off because I wanted the thrill of doing that. And I wouldn't just switch that off because it would just make the game too easy for me. But it's not like that for my son and my daughter. They want time to make the decisions, and they want time, to do it. So yeah, it's a thing that has to happen. And they love accruing points, and those kind of games, the phone has become my daughter's go-to gaming device, and my son is getting there now as well. Those games that are just going around and around and collecting points, and they try and get you to buy the diamonds to progress further and faster, but they're not bothered about that. They don't mind actually taking forever to complete the game because they need the extra time. So I think it's a missing market for game developers to not make their games more accessible by the flick of a switch, the taking away of something like the unlimited gain options and stuff like that. So as a small child, and kind of to go back and look at a summary of all of this, as small children, they needed unlosable games. I still remember a game that was called Mars Rover, something weird I found, really, really old game on the Mac. And all it was them just going around this kind of Marsy world, just doing nothing, just going around really fast, going off cliffs, bounding down. You couldn't destroy the thing. And there wasn't even a point to it, I don't think, this game. It was just some sort of simulation. And they loved it because they didn't die. And they loved it because they felt like they were achieving something because they weren't doing that. Now, as they get older, they want a more challenge, and that's where the Minecraft creativity, the Robux came in. But it wasn't a challenge, remember. Those are still accruing things games. So when you come to, as my daughter's getting to her age now and she wants to play these anime games, I'm looking at the RPGs, and I just want her to be able to take as much time as she needs before the next turn. My son has even turned to like Warhammer, like the actual games, the physical games, because we can just spend some time, roll a couple of dice, wait until everything's done, and then move when he's ready. And I just feel a shame that the gaming experience for them is slowly dying because the games that they want to play are reaching a higher and higher bar each time. And that's all I'm saying. And, you know, kind of coming around the circle. So I am going to wrap that up. And just as a plea to the game developers to think a little bit more creatively about how the games and reaction times can be countered for accessibility. It's great that you're putting all these features in to make the controllers more accessible, you know, auto repeat buttons, stuff like that, moving the controllers around. You know, that's all fantastic. And, you know, don't take this as one long kind of slagging off of the gaming industry. It's just not that. It's just, you know, if you're not living it, and I'm not seeing my kids every day, you're just not aware of it. It's as simple as that. And the plea is just think about those switches. And if you're worried about your game because it's a big market game, you know, people abusing that facility to move further in the game, then let's think about some sort of disability passport that you can get attached to your ID, you know, because everything's connected from the internet these days. That you then get an ability to do that, or some sort of fob that you have that is registered. You know, there are many different digital solutions to that. That's not what this conversation's about. This conversation's about making that happen. So, you know, my kids love gaming. There are things out there for them, limited as they are, but there are things. So kudos to everybody that's helping that and making that go forward. Let's just challenge people to think more about the kind of physical issues, not just the hardware. Let's build, and as we said before, let's build accessibility by design into these games. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope it's resonated with a few of you, and thank you once again for letting me have this time with you. Bye now.
I mean, that was obviously a marvelous talk. So much to go through. I mean, I think first we should hit on that Ava was definitely the star of that video. And I think the other thing was great is that, you know, she said so much by just looking at you, like 100%. She didn't talk verbally a lot, but damn, did she say a lot to us during that talk. It was amazing. Yeah, her face says everything. But, you know, there was a summary in chat of just, you know, especially at the beginning, like, you know, this talk is already so damn feel good. And that's what we needed at the beginning. And then, you know, there was a tonal change. You know, none of us like struggling in games for the wrong reasons, but to not be able to play at all is an even worse feeling. And the joy people can get when they play and they succeed by having a wide range of options available to them, that's a great feeling. It is great. And, you know, we need more of that in the industry, and not just in games like Roblox or Minecraft, like in every game, like in the Scourgebringer example that we saw earlier today, having all of those options so that people can craft the right amount of challenge, you know. Low pressure options combined with reduced or removed timers, reduced controls, you know, maybe with all of the work that Ubisoft has been doing, you know, by the time they're old enough to play M-rated games, they can play the next Watchdog if they continue on their road, right? I mean, I don't know if they'd be into that. And I know they're a little young now, but they've got a few years to work on it, right? But we do need to see more of this. And as game devs, it's our job, especially when we're following the social model of disability as called out during the talk we had earlier from Scope, that under the social model of disability, we as game devs are the ones that create barriers for these players. And so it's our jobs as game dev to help remove these unnecessary barriers so they're able to play. And it's just like Cherry said in the chat, that wanting this is not selfish, 100% not selfish. And the thing is, it is profitable, especially when we approach it in an inclusive, non-stigmatizing, and universal way. And honestly, I think the biggest thing that we all need right now is, I believe, an Ava guided tour. We expect that new YouTube channel to come up soon. We are starting her fan club right now, and we demand more content, because really that smile she has is infectious. She deserves to be a star, and she knows it. More Ava content we demand. And with that, it is officially the end of day 1 of the Game Accessibility Conference. I personally can't thank you enough for being here today and hanging out with us. We know that it's a holiday for a lot of people, and so it really means a lot that you're able to take your time out to come be with us today. It was just with the world of scheduling, this was what we could make happen. We are going to be back kicking it off with more amazing content tomorrow. We're going to be back at 10 a.m. 2 a.m. Pacific time. I'll be fine. You guys, I'm going to be weird. I'm already feeling a little weird. I'm tired. And please be sure to, if you haven't already, we have the business channel where, again, if you are someone who is looking to tell people about your services, or you're looking for a specific service, please network, find each other, continue to grow that. Please be sure to continue sharing your favorite moments in the Discord. We imagine that throughout the day, we're going to be having a few more people trickle in, especially as the North America time slot kind of comes online and they get to see all of the goodness. We've had a couple of questions about videos. You can watch the full live stream from today. As soon as I end it, it'll be available as a VOD on YouTube, but the individual talks are coming later in the week. And I think I've hit all of the points I have to let you guys know about. So again, I want to say thank you so much to our captioners who have been killing it, working all day. I want to say thank you to our interpreters, again, doing the same thing, especially some of us I know talk really fast. I've been trying to slow it down. And of course, I want to take a moment again to thank our sponsors. We are very excited that we've been able to do this event fully online and for free, and we wouldn't be able to do that without our sponsors, particularly our gold sponsors. So thank you to Microsoft, Ubisoft, and EA Able for helping us make this possible for everyone here. And yeah, I think with that, it's time to sign off. We will see you tomorrow, and I hope everyone gets some rest. And until then, see you in the Discord.